So can I ask everyone to please take their seats? We're getting started now. Thank you all for being here. My name is Sarah Weiermüller. I'm the project coordinator at Climate Bonds Initiative. Thank you very much for being here and taking the time out of your busy schedules to learn about sustainable bonds and labeled bonds. Just a few housekeeping rules before we get started. This is the disclaimer. If you haven't gotten any information or would like to read this, please feel free to approach me and we'll send you this via email. Some housekeeping rules. Emergency exits and safety, you'll find them here. Restrooms are outside. Please feel free to go during the sessions if you need. Mobile phones and devices, we have the Wi-Fi code written for you on the corner there. If you have any issues connecting, please wave me and I'll come and try and help you. Please try and keep your devices on silent so we don't interrupt the flow of the session. Please try and be punctual for the sessions. We have a packed agenda and lots of interesting speakers today, so we want to make sure that we get through everything. There's an attendance sheet that you have signed, which is important for you to receive a certificate after the training. If you haven't signed it yet, don't worry, I'll come by and make sure that your name is on the list. We'll be taking photos today. I hope that's all right with everyone. If you don't feel comfortable being on photos, please also let me know and approach me. At the end of the training, there will be a feedback form that we'd like you to fill in. It will be online via a QR code, and I also have some physical copies, so I'll come around and distribute those. After the training, you will receive all the materials that we show you today, some additional learning that can be shared with you, and of course the Climate Bond certificate for attending this training. That's all so far for the housekeeping. Please let me know if you have any questions. Now we'll be hearing some welcome and opening remarks. So first, we'll be hearing from Christian Muller, the IFC Principal Country Manager. Please come to the podium.
Hello, yeah, good. Thanks, Sarah. I think I guess the most enviable slot, speaking to you first thing in the morning when you have the maximum attention, right? You know. So thank you, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests. Good morning and warm welcome to you all. First, I would like to acknowledge the presence of a couple of our honorable guests. Representing the Minister of Federal Ministry of Environment is Mr. Fuju Yitan. I think I got it right. Yes. Thank you for your presence. Yep. Also representing the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, Mr. Shitima. Again. Yep. There you go. Welcome. And also representing the Nigeria Exchange, Mr. Chiemeka, sorry. Again, there you go. Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to start in this introductory remarks by thanking our partners who have played a significant role leading up to today's events. So thank you to HSBC Real Economy Green Investment Opportunity GEM Bond Fund, and also to Amundi Planet, the second Sustainable Emerging Economy Development Debt Fund. The two of them who have been great partners in promoting the development of sustainable finance in emerging markets. I also want to say thank you to the Nigerian Exchange Limited, a longtime partner. Together, we have shared the ambition that Nigeria will one day be a role model for green and sustainable finance. This training is one of the several learning and knowledge events IFC has organized with the exchange. Finally, we acknowledge the tremendous support from Climate Bond Initiative, with whom we will deliver this training today. So some background. At the World Bank Group, we at the IFC, our mission is clear: to create jobs, improve lives, and help businesses compete and grow sustainably. Here in Africa, we have a young population projected to reach over 2 billion by 2050. In addition to wanting jobs, this growing population will want access to housing, healthcare, education, and energy. All the good things all of us want in life, okay? Estimates show that Africa will need an additional $100 billion per annum to address deficits in these areas, in energy, industrialization, transport, infrastructure, climate hazards. Right now, we are spending about $50 billion per annum only. So you can imagine we'd need to really double that. Capital markets and private capital mobilization, including through innovation of financial instruments, which is what we are talking about here, can play a crucial role in helping Africa meet these growing demands. IFC has been at the forefront in mobilizing resources for development, including by acting as an issuer, an investor, and a market builder. IFC was one of the earliest issuers of green bonds in 2013, and by the end of 2024, we had issued about $14 billion of green bonds in 207 green bond issuances in 21 currencies. In terms of social bonds, since 2016, IFC has issued about $8 billion through 97 social bonds, tapping into 14 different currencies. IFC has spearheaded the development of guidelines in sustainable finance markets, being a founding member of the Green, Social, and Sustainability-Linked Loan and Bonds principles. Furthermore, IFC has helped develop principles in blue finance and biodiversity finance to open new asset classes in the market. We have been working very closely with regulators, we've talked about the exchange, for example, and capital market platforms to embed these principles and broadly create the market infrastructure to engage more issuers, investors, and other stakeholders. This event is part of the joint efforts to educate emerging market players about the use and implementation of sustainable finance instruments. I hope that as participants, you will engage in open discussion to mobilize sustainable finance in Nigeria. I am confident that every one of us can contribute to turning the climate and sustainability ambitions into real actions. Once again, welcome, and I wish you a meaningful learning experience today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah.
Thank you very much for setting the scene and highlighting the importance and the role that Africa plays in all of this. Next, we'll be hearing from Mr. Drew Chiemeka, from the Chief Executive Officer of NGX. Can you please come to the podium?
Like we say in Nigeria, permit me to stand on already established protocol. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, guests, respected colleagues, development partners, and friends of the capital market. It is with great pleasure I welcome you all to this IFC NGX capacity building event convened under the timely and highly relevant theme, Unlocking Sustainable Capital for the Real Sector, a deep dive into the labeled bonds issuance process. Let me begin by acknowledging the International Finance Corporation, IFC, for its strong commitment to sustainable finance and for standing with us once again in our shared mission to deepen Nigeria's green bond and sustainable finance ecosystem. Your technical leadership, long-standing partnership continue to be instrumental to our progress. Today's workshop represents more than just another event on the capital markets calendar. It is a strategic platform for action designed to build the technical capacity, market confidence, and stakeholder alignment needed to bring sustainable finance into the mainstream of Nigeria's real sector. As many of us here are aware, labeled bonds such as green, blue, social, and other sustainable bonds have rapidly emerged as powerful tools for mobilizing private capital to addressing pressing national and global challenges, from energy transition and food security to climate resilience and inclusive infrastructure. Yet, despite their promise, the uptake in Nigeria remains modest. If not for the current issuance that is going on by the Ministry of Environment, and we must commend them for their dedication. We are short of $34 million, but with this issuance, and they plan to do $150 million at the end of it. So we think that that will also continue to be a boost to the instruments available. Issuers often grapple with uncertainty around frameworks, certification, verification, and investor expectations. On the demand side, institutional investors still need clearer signals and risk-adjusted returns to shift meaningful allocation towards this instrument. If we look at the size of the global sustainable bond in general, encompassing green bonds, social sustainability, and sustainability-linked and transition bonds, is estimated to be around 6.2 trillion US dollars by the end of 2024, according to World Bank. This figure represents the cumulative issuance since the market's inception. In 2024 alone, sustainable bond issuance reached approximately 1 trillion US dollars, according to S&P report. While issuance is expected to remain steady around $1 trillion in 2025, the market's overall size is projected to grow significantly in the coming years. On the other hand, the global green bonds market is substantial and growing rapidly. In 2023, it was valued at 582.6 billion US dollars, according to Globe Newswire. Projections indicate it will reach $1.5 billion by 2033, demonstrating a compound annual growth rate of 10% between 2024 and 2033. This is why this workshop matters. It's not enough to advocate for sustainable finance. We must demystify the process. We must equip our market participants, both public and private, with the practical knowledge to originate, structure, issue, and invest in labeled bonds with credibility and impact. At NGX, we believe that the capital market must serve as a catalyst for sustainable national development. This means aligning finance with Nigeria's broader goals, such as economic diversification, job creation, climate adaptation, and financial inclusion. Over the years, we have taken concrete steps to build a credible, sustainable agenda, from hosting Nigeria's first green bond listing in 2017, and IFC was really critical to that role, so it's been a long-time partnership, to introducing our sustainability disclosure guidelines in 2019, to launching the NGX Impact Board last year. But we know that policy, product, and participation must evolve hand in hand. That is why this collaboration with the IFC is so critical. As we begin the sessions today, I encourage all participants to approach this workshop not just as a learning opportunity, but as a launch pad for future issuances, new partnerships, and stronger policy conversations that can reshape how we finance growth in this country. Let us remember, unlocking sustainable capital is not a side agenda anymore. It's central to achieving Nigeria's vision of a $1 trillion economy, shared prosperity, and long-term resilience. On behalf of the board and management of Nigerian Exchange Limited, I thank you all for being here, and I wish you a productive, practical, and forward-looking workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for setting the scene. Next, we'll hear from the Special Advisor to the Minister from the Federal Ministry of Environment and the Coordinator of Sovereign Green Bonds, Mr. Olaiton Fajuritan. Thank you very much for being here.
Good morning, everybody. I bring warm regards from the Minister, whose lifelong dream is always a collaboration between the public and private sector in climate action. This, he feels, is a very important initiative for us working towards our climate action goals. Representatives of the IFC, led by Mr. Mulamula, the NGX, led by the CEO, Mr. Chemeka, CBI, colleagues from the public and private sector. Special thanks to Amunda and HSBC for sponsoring this event, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to deliver these opening remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Environment, Malam Balarabe Abbas Lawal, at this timely and important capacity building workshop on labeled bond issuance process. I wish to express the Ministry's appreciation to the NGX and the IFC for organizing this event. The Ministry values the collaboration as a vital instrument in equipping both public and private stakeholders with knowledge and technical skills required to mobilize sustainable finance through green, social, and sustainability bonds. As you are aware, Nigeria made history in 2017 when it became the first country in Africa to issue a green bond. Since then, we've made steady progress leveraging the capital markets to finance environmentally sustainable and climate-resistant projects. I'm pleased to announce that the third sovereign green bond was issued on Monday, 16th of June, which is about 50 billion. And this issuance will fund impactful projects in renewable energy, energy efficiency, afforestation, clean transportation, and sustainable agriculture. Furthermore, there are plans on the way, like the CEO of NGX said, to issue the fourth green bond this year, approximately 250 billion, geared towards clean energy, e-mobility, and clean cooking. This will mark our largest green bond issuance to date and underscores Nigeria's commitment to scaling climate finance in alignment with the goals of the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The Renewed Hope agenda articulates a clear vision for a greener, safer, and more prosperous Nigeria. Environmental sustainability and climate action are at the heart of this vision. Through the leadership of the Federal Minister of Environment, we have intensified efforts to combat desertification, restore degraded lands, carried out massive afforestation, support clean energy and clean cooking initiatives, adoption of circular economy principles, and strengthening early warning systems for climate-related disasters. The recent devastating floods in many parts of the country serve as a sobering reminder that climate change is not a distant threat. It is a present danger that requires urgent and collective actions, which this empowerment will serve to mitigate, hopefully. We cannot solely rely on public funds to address these challenges. The public funding cannot do 1% of what we need for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. We have to leverage the capital markets. This is where the capital market and particularly label bonds become crucial tools in unlocking long-term financing from the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, today's training workshop and physical advisory sessions are critical steps in demystifying the process of issuing label bonds and building investor confidence in sustainable finance instruments. I encourage all the participants and the private sector actors to take full advantage of this opportunity. In addition, let me assure you that the Ministry of Environment remains fully committed to deepening Nigeria's green bond program and building the institutional capacity necessary for credible, transparent, and impactful green financing. We welcome continued partnership with the NGX, IFC, CBI, and all stakeholders as we chart the path towards a more resilient, low-carbon economy. In closing, I wish you a fruitful engagement session, and may this workshop strengthen our resolve and capability to deliver a greener and more inclusive Nigeria for generations to come. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you for setting the scene. And last but not least, we'll hear from Mr. Huisana Shetima, representing the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. He's the Director for Marine Conservation, Innovation and Technology. The podium is yours, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Let me stand on the existing protocol list. And we do apology. My Honorable Minister is on international engagement representing Mr. President in the United Nations Summit in Paris. Let me read his speech. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to this training program on deep dive in level bonds insurance process, a timely and strategic initiative aiming at deepening our understanding of sustainable finance instruments and their application to critical sectors, particularly marine and blue economy. As we continue to deliberate steps towards building a resilient and inclusive blue economy, the ability to assess structure innovative finance has become a central concern. Success of our aspiration will hinge not only on sound policy and planning, but also on how well we mobilize capital required to finance sustainable marine and coastal development. Label bond, whether green, blue, or sustainability link, offer a structured and transparent mechanism for channeling funds to projects that deliver measurable environmental and social impact. For Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, those instruments represent more than just financial tools. They are enablers of transformation, of marine infrastructure, of coastal livelihood, of biodiversity and conservation, and our capacity to adapt to the challenges of climate change. This is why today's training is particularly significant. It offers us an opportunity to go beyond the basics, to interrogate the principles, standards, verification process, and emerging trend that underpins the issuance of label bonds. It challenges us to think strategically about how we design credible, bankable projects that can attract responsible investment and deliver long-term value. Nigeria has made notable progress in sustainable finance space, particularly with issuance of sovereign green finance bond. The next frontier is to extend that success to the blue economy by developing a framework for blue label bonds that align with both national priorities and international best practice. I commend the collaboration between IFC and Nigerian Exchange Group and other partners who have worked to deliver this training. Your commitment to strengthen this capacity in this area is deeply appreciated. I encourage all participants to fully engage with this section, ask critical questions, think practically how the knowledge gained here can translate into implementable financial solutions within your respective institutions and sectors. Let this deep dive be more than academic. Let it be a standing point for building a credible pipeline of label bond projects that can unlock investment, advance international environmental goals, promote inclusive prosperity in our marine and coastal spaces. I wish you a fruitful and impactful training session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you to all of our esteemed guests for setting the scene and for their words in introduction to this training. Next, I'll hand over to Abraham. Abraham is our lead trainer from the Capacity Building and Technical Assistance team at Climate Bonds Initiative, and he'll be guiding you through the day. Abraham, the scene is yours.
Can you hear me now? It's a good moment for silence, right? How are you doing, colleagues? Good? Enough coffee? Enough tea? What's Nigeria more into, coffee or tea? Or both? Or something stronger, maybe? Water? Okay, I'm more a coffee guy. I've already had 3, if I'm not mistaken. So you can imagine that my energy levels are quite high at the moment. Well, first of all, where's my colleague Sarah? Thank you very much, Sarah, for that introduction. And also my sincere thanks to all the distinguished speakers who addressed us earlier, honorable representatives from the different ministries, esteemed representatives from NGX and IFC, for your insightful and very informative opening remarks, and very inspiring, by the way, as well. I'm certain that all of us will see in a moment how all those elements and themes that have been already raised through the opening remarks, you will see how that connects closely with the training program that we have prepared for all of you today. Okay? Perhaps I should start by welcome you all to this training program on the issuance process of thematic bonds, which we hope it will be useful for all of you to get a better understanding of the basic elements of the label bond market. Okay? As my colleague Sarah already mentioned, my name is indeed Abraham Pedrosa. I'm the lead trainer of the Climate Bonds Initiative. And on my side, I will spare you some time. No? I will not be providing any additional welcoming statements. I think that my colleagues who have spoke prior to me have already done a fantastic job on that front. Nonetheless, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the IFC, NGX, our sponsors, HSBC, and Amundi, for having us today here with all of them, for teaming up with the Climate Bonds Initiative on this highly relevant project. So thank you very much to all of them and to all of you for being here. Okay? Let's see if this works. It seems that it's working, right? Sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. There you go. So, it seems that we're going to have a long day. But my goal is for you not to feel it like that. This is the program that we're going to have for today's session, okay? And I'm going to go quickly through the structure so you can have an idea of all of the elements that we're going to cover throughout the day, and also for you to identify your favorite parts of the session: coffee breaks and lunch. Probably the happiest moment of the day is the networking cocktail. I don't know. We'll see. So, first of all, we're going to start our day with a brief recapitulation of labeled bonds. We're going to talk about basic but very important elements. In here, the purpose is to provide you with an introduction, to the debt finance landscape. Many of our speakers that have provided opening remarks have alluded to this. So we're gonna discuss or talk about the differences between sustainable finance, climate finance, green finance, social finance, and any other finance that you would like to add to the list. Okay? This will allow us to then move into the topic that is the center topic of today's session, label bonds. Okay? We're going to be touching upon the different types of instruments as well as their benefits, not only for issuers, but also for investors. We're going to allude briefly to their overall systemic benefits. Okay? Can you see the screen properly over there? The room? Good? Thumbs up? Excellent. Then we're going to move up to the process of issuing a label bond. Okay? We'll start with the pre-issuance step right after the introductory session. There we're going to talk about who are the stakeholders involved in this process. Of course, we're going to allude to their specific roles. We will provide detailed information about how to develop a sustainable reference bond framework. Okay? Immediately after that, we'll have the intervention of our colleagues from the IFC, who will delve further into social and gender bonds. Okay? And by the way, we don't want this session just to be theoretical and just people speaking here on the front. We also wanted to make it interactive, dynamic. So we're going to have exercises as well with the objective of putting everything that we'll be discussing into practice. Okay? So you can see there are a couple of exercises in the agenda. We're going to continue right after lunch with some guest speakers who will come to share with us their experience in the market. It's not going to be only me speaking today. Lucky you. We're going to have guest speakers also in person and connected online. Okay? And then we're going to continue with the process of issuing a label bond, but in the afternoon, we'll focus on the post-issuance and post-issuance phases. Okay? Insights from the regulatory landscape in Nigeria is also part of the program. And a few more things in the afternoon, other practical exercise, as I mentioned. And we also have a panel discussion where we'll have guest speakers who will come to share with us their insights from an investor's perspective. And then some closing lines and cocktails. Okay? So, we're going to be also having a very interactive session. Okay? Now, let me tell you how this is going to work. First of all, you must have received by now all the materials that we're going to be using throughout the day. Okay? An email has been sent. Have you received it? Have you checked your email inbox? Okay. Let me tell you, if you don't know if you have received it, we advise you to check your email because there are the materials. If you haven't received this information, please let us know. My colleague Sarah will be more than happy to share that with you. Okay? That's the first thing. The second thing, we want to make this session interactive, okay? And for that, we're going to be using now to do a test, and throughout the entire training, a tool that is called Mentimeter. Okay? You can either use it in your smartphone or in your computers, okay? And for that, what I would like to kindly ask you to do now is to either scan the QR code that you have there on the screen, or go to www.menti.com and enter the code that you see also there on your screen. We have a computer controlling who's connected and who's not. I see that at least we have let's say over 60 participants. So it'll be wonderful to see at least a similar number on the screen. Okay? Are we all good? What about the table? Good? Huh? What about there? All good? If you cannot scan it from the back, you have also the screen there. Okay? Colleagues over there? Good? Excellent. So let's do a test. Okay? And you might, by the way, want to keep it open because we're going to be using it throughout the whole day. Okay? So let's do a test. This is a survey. Okay? What is your level of familiarity? Awareness of label debt instruments, green bonds, social bonds, sustainability bonds, etc. Not at all familiar, slightly familiar, moderately familiar, very familiar, extremely familiar. Okay. Have an average of 3.1. Can we get a few more responses? 10 more seconds. Okay. So you've seen how it works, right? Just as I said, you might want to have it open because we're going to be using it throughout the entire session, okay? This is going to be an indication for us of whether the elements that we're going to be covering throughout the different blocks have been clearly understood, okay? Good. So, I've been informed that we're running late already. They're putting pressure on me to start the technical content. We're all avid to cover this, right? So why don't we start, okay? And the first block, it's precisely to do an overview of the labeled bond agenda, okay? Excellent. Well, we're gonna begin with this graphic that you see on the screen, okay? This graphic represents in a very, very simple manner the current debt finance landscape. Of course, you can add or merge a few elements here and there, but just mind you, the main intention here is just for you to have an overall sense or visual representation of how different elements that we're going to be discussing or touching upon throughout the day, how they link and connect, okay? We have been provided already some figures by the representatives providing opening remarks, okay? Here you have a few figures as well. The bond market currently stands at a bit under 133 trillion US dollars. And when I say the bond market, I'm referring to all types of bonds. Vanilla, green, social, blue, transition, sustainability, you name it, okay? You can observe, first of all, here that the sustainable finance incorporates climate, green, and social finance. And within that area, we can include different thematic bonds, social bonds, green bonds, etc. Okay? And this is simply due to the fact that sustainable finance generally refers to the process of taking due account of social and environmental considerations when making investment decisions. Now, on your left side, you have green finance, and that is the sub-part or subsector of the sustainable finance sector that particularly addresses environmental issues. You can think of natural resources, biodiversity conservation, pollution, and so on. As part of green finance, you have something called climate finance, and sometimes there's confusion with these two. So just think about green finance at covering the broader spectrum of environmental issues, while climate finance mainly focuses on enabling mitigation actions, and especially the reduction of GHG emissions. Okay? Now you can observe that there are different thematic bonds here. Okay? We're gonna be unpacking them in the following slides. For the moment, what I want you to remember is that there is a diverse set of instruments that you can use to finance environmental or social activities. Okay? So, let us start with green, social, and sustainability bonds. Okay? What are these bonds and how are these different from other labeled bonds? So green bonds, very simple. No universally agreed definition so far. Sometimes these are called climate bonds as well. But in very simple terms, these are bonds like any other conventional bond, except that the issuer promises to investors that the funds, the capital, the money, the proceeds raised through these instruments will be used for green assets, green projects, green initiatives. Now, under the green category, you can find different names, okay? Renewable energy bonds, solar bonds, blue bonds, which might sound a little bit contradictory, but I'll explain to you why, okay? So all those are different names that you can see in the market, okay? Now, green bonds are slightly different from other closely related bonds such as social and sustainability bonds. Why is that? Because green bonds aim at having environmental positive outcomes, right? Social bonds aim at having positive social outcomes. Think about projects that finance programs for affordable housing, or projects to provide access to essential services, healthcare, education, okay? And you have their different labels that have been used under that category. You might remember there was a little virus circulating around the world a few years ago, right? That came to impact our lives. So there was the emergence, we saw the emergence of pandemic bonds. Those could be included within the social category because those bonds aim at providing access to vaccines, to help companies to retain employees, the construction of hospitals, okay? And the sustainability bond label, which is in the middle, just think about bonds with a mix of both objectives, green and social objectives, okay? So you can see there the different names being used in the market. Now, let's take a moment to focus on blue bonds. Blue bonds perhaps are extremely important and relevant for the national economy here in Nigeria, perhaps also for coastal cities like Lagos, like this one, okay? And these are becoming increasingly important, an increasingly important part of the sustainable finance landscape. When we talk about blue, basically we are referring to green, so environmental positive outcomes. The difference is that for blue bonds, the impact, the positive impact will be on coastal and marine ecosystems. So you can think about the blue economy, okay? Think about sustainable fisheries, think about aquaculture, think about marine tourism, okay? Offshore renewable energy, okay? So blue indeed can be considered a subset of green, okay? But when you talk about blue bonds, think about instruments that are issued with the specific objective of financing activities to protect or sustainably use ocean and coastal resources, okay? So for instance, let me unpack this, and I'm gonna be focusing on the right side information of this screen. So let's say that you intend to issue a green bond, okay? But if 100% of the proceeds raised through a green bond will be used, let's say, for coral reef restoration, those bonds can be labeled as blue, okay? And this can send a stronger signal to the market of what the type of projects you're financing are. Let's say you're planning to issue a sustainability bond, okay? Remember, it has positive environmental and social outcomes, right? So, if you can combine these elements and the environmental aspects are for mangrove restoration, but then the social aspects are focusing on coastal community development, you see their blue elements, right? If a social bond, it's issued to finance sustainable fisheries, to create jobs, to enhance food security, to support local communities, those social/blue bonds, will fall into this category, okay? So, as you can see, blue can actually be embedded in different ways within the different thematic bonds that we have discussed, okay? But for those of you who would like to see more examples, we have included there a link in the presentation which you should have with case studies and, and impact indicators of the sort of activities that blue bonds can finance. Now, we have covered green, social, sustainability, and blue bonds, right? Now, here we have all the thematic instruments that are also part of the landscape. Sustainability-linked bonds, okay? These are slightly different types of bonds of all the others that I have discussed. Why? Because SOBs, sustainability-linked bonds, instead of trying or linking the funds to a specific green or social or blue projects, they raise general purpose capital. Okay? What does that mean? That means that you can raise capital to finance different things, not specific projects. Okay? So when you issue a green bond, for instance, you have already in mind the construction of a solar plant. What do you need for a solar plant? Solar panels. What else do you need for a solar plant besides the sun? And energy storage systems. What else? The experts. Pardon me? Inverters? Okay. You need cables, right? You need the land. So you already have the set of things that you will need to acquire for your project when you issue a green or social or sustainability bond, okay? So you already have the sort of assets that you need to invest in. When you issue a sustainability-linked bond, you can use the capital to finance a set of activities. And within those activities, you could have projects, you could have activities, you could have initiatives, assets, you could use funds to, for administration purposes, etc. The difference is that with sustainability-linked bonds, you are committing to attain a target. So let's say that your organization aims at reducing 90% of its GHG emissions by 2050, or 2030, or 2035. So those bonds, the use of capital is tied to attaining those goals. And you need to provide evidently proof of that, right? If you don't attain those goals that you have set, then an incentive or penalty mechanism is activated. And how does that what does that penalty or incentive mechanism can look like? An increase in the interest rate. Okay, let's say that at the beginning you started with a 2% interest rate, investors gave you the money, 2035 gets here, you attain your goals, perhaps they can give you an incentive and reduce the interest rate, but if you don't attain your goals in 2035, perhaps they will say, sorry, let's increase the interest rate as a penalty for you for not having attained the goals. So that's how it works, and those are the most different bonds that are in the market at the moment. Transition bonds, those are nothing but green bonds, but those are mainly focusing on the high emitting and hard to abate sectors, okay? Those are being used by these type of industries to indicate that they're gonna implement measures to become more sustainable. Think about cement industries, think about chemicals, think about steel, aviation, okay? Those are the industries that it's more difficult perhaps for them to, to become in line with a low carbon economy, okay? And resilience bonds are mainly issued, their focus is more on adaptation and resilience, okay? So think about projects that help communities to withstand the impacts of climate change, okay, or other shocks. The construction of barriers, to protect coastal areas. You can think about the Netherlands, who has built dikes to protect the country from the rise of the sea level, right? Systems, warning systems, I don't know, in earthquake zones or things like that, okay? So, now we have covered different set of bonds. What I want you to remember now is that we have different labels, but we have two main categories. Use of proceeds bonds, the example that I gave about the solar plant. In there you can include green, social, sustainability, blue, transition, etc. Practically all of them. And in the performance-linked structure, you have SLBs, okay? I keep on going back, sorry. Now, our opening remarks speakers provided figures, right, on how this market is performing. This graphic can give you an idea of how the market has evolved and expanded in the last years. Mind you, this is data coming from the Climate Bonds Initiative, and in our analysis, we don't differentiate between green, transition, and blue bonds. All of those are embedded in the green label. That's why you don't see here resilience or blue or transition bonds. All of them are either social or green, okay? But you can see that the market has expanded, okay? The good news is that the green bond market, who was the one that started back in 2007, I think it was the World Bank or the EIB who issued the first green bond. Since then, the market started to grow. What do we see interesting from this graphic besides the colorful information? Let me give you a clue. Do you notice something happening after 2015 there? There's an increase, right? What happened in 2015? The Paris Agreement was signed, right? Where nations agreed to dedicate funds to sustainable investments, right? And then something else is interesting from that graphic. 2020. You see the blue bar right there? Why more social bonds than before? So perhaps COVID was an influence to increase the use of social bonds, right? Because you can see the important increase from 2019 to 2020, right? And then it more or less stabilized, and then sustainability bonds also started to emerge. SLBs were very little in 2020, but then we're starting to see more and more. It's been stable because I think the market is still, familiarizing with those instruments. Okay? Now, based on the information that we saw in the previous graphic, you can think that, sustainable finance flows are increasing. I mean, at least that's what the statistical information shows, right? Those are great news. Fantastic news, I would say. The unpleasant news is that we are nowhere enough to limit the 1.5 degrees global warming. And if, these trends continue, almost 600 million people will continue to live in extreme poverty by 2030 and beyond. And more than a half of those will be women. So indeed, we have closed the gap, but the UN has estimated that the gap still to be closed is around $4.2 trillion per year. Okay? So these instruments have been gaining traction. That's good. In more recent years, social bonds, green bonds, etc. Okay? But let us go back to the big picture. Remember that at the beginning I told you the bond market, which includes all types of bonds, it's around 133-35 trillion $. And the labeled bond market, green, social, sustainability, etc., it's only around 5.5. So sometimes I hear the excuse that, there's no money to invest in this type of projects. Well, this to me seems going in the opposite direction. The money is there, the market is big enough. Our responsibility is to redirect the funds where they need to go, to the projects that are needed, that have a social and environmental positive impact, okay? So this indeed represents an opportunity. So what I want you to retain from these slides right here, colleagues, is that there have been investments, yes, they're contributing to positive and social outcomes to address climate issues, etc. Unfortunately, the speed and the scale is still far lower than necessary. So therefore, we count on all of you, okay? Action is needed across the entire economy, in every industry, okay? In every sector. I might skip this, but briefly just mention, why these instruments are important. I think that our dear speakers at the beginning have wonderfully set the scene and mentioned a few of the things, right? The things that are illustrated here. Why these type of instruments are important. They can contribute not only, to positive aspects for issuers, to access the capital, the much needed capital, but also to investors. Investors are being more scrutinized by governments, They're being requested to provide evidence that they are indeed channeling capital in the right direction, So they are indeed receiving more and more attention from the public sector. So if you think of investors, they are being required by governments to invest or consider at least social and environmental aspects, right? So by investing in labeled bonds, they can comply with existing regulation. But in order for them to invest in these projects, there has to be projects. Here we have companies. You are in charge of letting the market know that you want to invest in certain types of projects. So they don't have the excuse of saying, oh, but we don't have projects to invest in. Okay? Now, you have heard about SDGs, I'm sure. These instruments are closely linked to the attainment of the UN SDGs, which, if I recall correctly, soon to be evaluated, right? Where we stand. It's been a while since this framework was created, so now it's about analyzing what's the progress that we have made. And basically, all types of bonds together, labeled bonds, contribute to one or other SDG. If you think about blue bonds, you can think about SDG 6 on water and sanitation. If you think about green bonds, you can think about SDG on renewable energy. Which one is it? 7. Okay? Good. Questions?
And before there's any question, I just want to remind you that you will receive all these slides and materials after the training in case you want to read back up on something.
Questions, comments, observations, ideas? We have a question over there. Can we pass the microphone, perhaps?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adobe Noroka with ARM Harriet.
Welcome.
So the question I had is, a lot of projects can have overlap in terms of which buckets they could fit in when it comes to sort of like labeled bonds. What is the primary deciding factor in terms of which one you end up going with? Or like, if you're thinking through which one to use, what is the major driver in deciding?
Thank you. That's a very, very good question. It's up to you. That's the simple answer. Let me further explain. When you are about to finance projects, it's not necessarily only one single individual who's going to be involved in the process, right? You might most likely will have a group of people from the finance team, from the sustainability team, technical team, perhaps external consultants, you name it, okay? And you might have an idea of the set of projects or the project that you will finance. It could be one, it could be many, it could be a combination of different projects. So, when determining the set of projects that you will finance, you'll have certain guidance on whether they're greener or more social oriented, okay? If it's evidently green, I think that the logical option will be to adopt the green label. Why? Because although it's really up to you, as I said at the beginning, the label is like a marketing tool to the market, okay? Basically, when you are labeling your instrument, you are informing investors the sort of projects that you are intending to finance. Let me make a joke here. If you label your bond as pink or purple, so far I haven't seen those colors in the market. So investors will be a little bit confused, They will have to dig in, do a deep dive into the technical information to understand the projects. However, the green label, the social label, the blue label, those are well-established labels or categories in the market. So if an investor, an ESG-oriented investor, sees a green label being issued in Africa, in Latin America, you name it, they already have an idea or sense of the fact that projects within that financing structure are environmentally oriented, okay? If you have projects, a combination of projects that have social positive outcomes and green outcomes, there becomes trickier because it will be really up to you on how you would like to label your instrument. You can opt for the sustainability label because that gives an indication that you have these two aspects covered. Perhaps you have 80% social positive outcomes and only 20% positive outcomes, so you might feel tempted to label it as social. And also, another consideration is the type of investors that you're targeting. There are social-oriented investors, there are ESG-oriented investors. So you have these elements to take into consideration, incorporate in the formula, okay? But at the end, really, it's your decision and how to launch it in the market. Anybody else? And by the way, we have 2 questions for you in line of your thinking, so we can test how the room thinks. Yes?
Thank you very much for your presentations. My name is Rashid Adibi from Champion Breweries.
Welcome.
Yeah. I just want to ask, apart from the way you have described each of the labeled bond and project outcome and what they represent, are there other differentiator for this bond, especially in terms of the cost of the bond?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So, we're going to be talking about additional costs implicated in the process of issuing labeled bonds in the afternoon when we talk about the issuance and post-issuance steps. So, if you don't mind me, I would like to kindly ask you to wait till then so we address your question in a more proper way. But indeed, I can already start by telling you there are some additional costs to take into consideration. However, they are standard for every single bond, irrespective of their label. And for the additional costs, we have organizations such as IFC that can support with that. But we're going to come back to that in the afternoon. Okay? Anybody else? One last question or comment here?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Chiungo Wafo. I work with the Transcorp Group. So my
Welcome.
question is around the G side, because I've noticed we've talked a lot of environment and social, right? So if I have a project maybe on the cybersecurity, data privacy, where would that fit in? Noting what you talked about under sustainability linked, where you said there's some fines if we don't meet certain time-bound, arrangements. So where would I place that?
Yeah. First of all, your cybersecurity project that you have in mind, is it for any social positive oriented outcomes, some specific environmental oriented outcomes? Cybersecurity can mean so many things, right?
Sure. So let's imagine I have a hospitality business, right, where we're big on data privacy. And you want to be sure that your information is also not leaked out and all of that. So I'm just thinking around that direction. So if I had that as a project, for instance, it affects people, but you might not place it under E and S.
Exactly. It's
So
more a
that's-
governance sort
exactly.
of
So that's
risk,
why-
right?
Sure.
Exactly. So I think that as of today, I haven't seen any very specific bond only launched or issued to cover that specific case that you are raising. What we have usually seen is that there are bonds being issued, and within the set of projects being embedded into its structure, there are governance aspects as well. And it could be, the case that you illustrated, but there could be others as well. So in that sense, I think that you'll need to think about what is it that comes within the entire structure of the bond, Because perhaps for the market, a cybersecurity project might be a little bit more scrutinized because they will think, okay, but why is it that you're launching a label bond for this? What is behind the rationale, And those are the type of elements that you include in the Sustainable Bond Reference Framework. We haven't talked about that, but I'm going to be linking all your questions when we touch upon those things, okay? Yes, Kuyen, you would like to add something?
Yeah, so before you raise the next question, so I want to emphasize is that the choice of the label bonds, E or S or Gs, it's up to you, but it also needs to be aligned with the company's strategy. So we emphasize the bond issuance is a transaction, but it's part of your ESG strategy. So the choice of the label also has to be intentional, right? And a lot of projects has dual benefits. So you would define the primary benefits and the co-benefits. And you can make the decision on the label based on the primary objective and the co-benefit objective. But remember that when later the trainer will cover on the impact reporting, what label you choose will decide what indicators of impacts you need to report to the public and the investors. If you choose green, then you have to have the indicators on environmental impact. If you choose social, the impact indicators would be different, right? And also behind the issuance is a story that you want to communicate to the public and the investors. So in the case of the cybersecurity, for example, if the cybersecurity is also aimed to enhance confidence of the market participants, of consumers, of your customers, that increase the people to use the service, and it means that they have more reliable and secure access to the healthcare service, for example, then financial services, you can tell that stories from the social dimension as well. But when we talk about the social label bonds, we would touch upon that kind of intention. Okay?
Thank you very much, Kuyen. And the story that Kuyen is referring to, it's embedded in the Sustainable Reference Bond Framework. That's one of the places where you can tell your story, Okay, we'll talk about it in a moment. Okay. Now, if you allow me, you might still have questions. Let's keep those for the next round of questions. Okay, because we are a bit behind of schedule. So we have a couple of questions on our side. Again, if you can go back to your Mentimeter, this is an example to illustrate the sort of label that you will go for, okay? We can have both screens. So, apologies, but the screen on the right, due to the limitation of number of characters, we couldn't write the entire question, but you have on the left the entire question, okay? Under a project, energy efficient public hospitals will be built in remote areas. The buildings will meet top green certification standards and will be equipped with renewable energy sources. A main goal of the project is expanding healthcare access to underserved populations. How would you label this bond? Hybrid? There's no hybrid in the options. Green and social. What is that, green and social? Sustainability, right? So how many do we have right now? Sorry. Interesting responses. So we have almost 17 social, 9 sustainability, 1 green. Can we invite somebody who selected social? Don't be shy. This is a safe space. Can we invite one, Sarah, to share with us why? Where's the microphone? We have one here. Just somebody who selected social. Why social? Yeah.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Lola Onobolu from Lagos State Government. So basically, yes, we can see that energy efficiency is renewable energy and all that. But looking at the main goal of that project, is expanding healthcare, that's hospitals and all of that, and that's social development.
Okay. Who selected green? And who selected green? Here? Imagine you were part of the same company. You wanted to label it social and then he green.
I am Ike Chris. I am from the Abia State Ministry of Environment.
Welcome.
I selected green because the project seeks to give an alternative source of energy,
okay,
which will reduce emission,
okay,
and lead to the proper functioning of the facility.
okay.
So I felt that the imperative of reducing emission and having an energy transition from using diesel or diesel-fired plants.
Okay, so you're more focusing
yes,
on
I'm
the
focusing,
green element.
Yes.
Okay. What do we do here if we are part of the same company? Can we show the right answer? Let's see who got it right. Sustainability. So, again, remember, it's really up to the organization, and based on the comments that Ms. Guillen shared with us, need to think about different things. Here, my suggestion, it's mine because I actually created this question, okay? It's that the project has material environmental benefits, so energy efficiency, renewables, but also it has a strong social impact, healthcare access. So if we only label it green, I think that we are missing the opportunity to tell the market that there are also core social purposes, right? But then if we label it social only, then perhaps we're overlooking the green design part of the instrument. Then resilience, as we said, is more for adaptation and other things. So I will label it sustainability bond. Let's go to the next one. We have another example.
I think I recall in a training that was facilitated by CBI sometime, they mentioned that sustainability bonds are a combination of green and social.
Mm-hmm.
So is that the reason why you're going with sustainability?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That's basically the reason why. Okay, we have here another case. A transportation company, is that the one? Yeah. Transportation company is issuing a bond for the replacement of its aging diesel-powered bus fleet with electric vehicles. The project is expected to reduce GHG emissions and contribute to reduce local air pollution. The company will offer a small number of discounted fares for students and senior citizens in selected routes. How would you label it? So we have the green, social, sustainability, and resilience. Yeah, just go with the ones on the right. Yeah, sorry. If there's an incoherence, inconsistency, just follow with the ones on your right. So you have the resilience, sustainability, social, and green. So we have 23 answers. And the correct response is so for this one, okay, let me explain to you the rationale, okay? There are some social co-benefits. There's discounted fares for specific groups, but these are rather limited in scope, It's not central to the bond's main purpose, That's perhaps a result of the efforts, but the primary objective of raising finance through this instrument for this project, it's enabling emissions reductions and environmental performance. How? Through the electrification of the vehicle fleet. Okay? So that makes a strong case for a green bond. Okay? So hopefully that gives you a sense of how this works. Sure. We have a question here.
Thank you. You said that it will go to green bond because of the limited, discounted fares.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying that if they said the company will offer discounted fares for its citizens, would that change?
No. What I try to say is that the discounted fares for specific groups, it's limited in scope. It's not a central part of the bond's main goal. The main goal of the bond is to change the vehicle fleet.
So that doesn't count. That sentence doesn't really impact.
It's not necessarily that it doesn't count. It's just that in your rationale to label the bond, the main purpose, I think, here is clearly the change of vehicles, right? What comes as a discount fares is perhaps an advantage that you are adding. But you're not raising your bond to provide discounted fares, are you? That's a result, perhaps. Okay? Now, just quickly, if you can just quickly reply to this question. This is just for us to sound out what type of bonds seem like a good fit for your company. Think about your company, the projects that you may have in mind, and if you can just type there a few words. You have a limit there of 200, characters. This can give us a sense of, the type of company and the projects that you have in mind. Yes, no, which one, why. Okay? Green bond, clean cooking, yeah? Green sustainability and transition. If you can add why, that would be fantastic. That can give us a sense. This information is also very useful for CBI, for IFC, to identify where are the areas that we can support you with as well, pardon me. Green bonds because of our clean cook stoves, distribution plants. Yes. Okay. Good. So reduction in energy consumption, that perhaps will be a green bond. Green bond because energy is a renewable energy. Sorry. What else? Blue bond seems fit for my organization because our mandate is to make the most of our marine and coastal resources. Good. As a subnational issuer, these projects under the label bonds create social and environmental impact. Okay. Sustainability. Okay, so we have a mix of different types of labels. If you're still responding, you can still continue. Okay. We're gonna store your responses in the system, and we're gonna read them all. Okay. Now, oops. So. Now we have discussed about the different labels, right? So let's see how to issue one of these instruments. And for that, we're going to start discussing the issuance process of a label bond. Okay? We're going to begin with the pre-issuance phase. Okay? And this first slide presents the different key actors who are involved in this process. Okay? Of course, we have the issuers. Think about the entities who are the ones issuing the bond. It could be companies, banks, governments, cities, you name it. So basically, it's the entity that develops, registers, and sells the bonds, okay, to finance its operations. Investors, whomever is willing to, commit capital. Usually they do this with the expectation of receiving financial returns, okay? Important to note is that usually investors, they carefully analyze the different opportunities, okay? And from different angles, and generally they do prefer to minimize risk. So they want to get paid, right? Then you have there many other stakeholders, external reviewers. We're going to talk about those in a moment. We have financial auditors as well, regulators, supervisors. We today have the intervention of, to provide the regulator's perspective. Underwriters. Underwriters play a critical role in the issuance process. okay? They are the ones working closely with the issuer on their strategy, on the development of the label bond framework. We're going to see that in a moment. And also they connect and work with a network of professionals or organizations that support the entire process. Okay? So for instance, underwriters, they can help you determine what projects can be financed through these label bonds. If the issuer is not familiar with these instruments, they can, provide guidance on that, educate the issuer, okay? Advising on pricing, and they also help finding investors, okay? We are partnering with NGX. Stock exchanges play a vital role in providing market access. What does that mean? In simple terms, very simple terms, a stock exchange is where different financial instruments are traded. And of course, we're talking about bonds. Bonds are also included there. So the role of a stock exchange is basically to bring issuers together with investors, okay? They make sure that the trading occurs in an orderly and fair manner, and they are in charge of making sure that financial information is transmitted to investors and any other financial professional involved in the process, okay? And then you have a few others there. For instance, Climate Bonds Initiative and IFC can potentially be situated in supporting entities. IFC also could be, in the investor side, because we have different roles. Okay. Now, here you have two columns that illustrate the issuance process of a vanilla bond, a regular bond, a conventional bond, and the complementary steps for a use of proceeds label bond. What are the use of proceeds label bonds? Social, green, resilience, transition, blue, right? So we're gonna mainly go through the process of issuing one of those. Sustainability-linked bonds, for the moment, put them aside. Later, I'll tell you a little bit of the differences for those, okay? But here, think about green, social, sustainability, etc., okay? And by the way, the steps that you see here are described in terms of the steps to be followed by the issuer, okay? So what I'm gonna do now is first of all cover the elements on the first blue box on the left side of the screen at the pre-issuance row. Issuance and post-issuance, we'll cover those later in the afternoon, okay? And these ones right here, we're gonna cover them one by one, okay? So, if you want to issue a bond, you first of all need to get rated. What does that mean? This means that you need to go through an assessment process, or your company needs to go through an assessment process of the creditworthiness of your entity, okay? So, as I said before, investors tend to minimize risk when investing, right? So they want to assess what's the possibility for them, to get paid back. So you need to show to the market that you are creditworthy, okay? Then there are different rating agencies that provide this type of services. You can think about the big three: Moody's, Standard & Poor's, Fitch Ratings are a few of them, okay? Now you need to get market intelligence. What do I mean by market intelligence? I mean getting information on the currency, Naira, US dollars, Euro, what the currency most suitable is, tenor and size, and this simply means in, of course, the currency, the length of the agreement, so how long will the bond, the duration of the bond, and also how much do you need to borrow, okay? And for this, the underwriters can help you with that, okay? Now we have there the selection of underwriters. I have gone through that, so you need to select one. Usually these are banks, with a lot of experience on this. Then you have the registration with the local regulator, okay? Those are the entities that regulate, the market. So they are helping to keep the integrity of this financial market. Then think about 2 documents that you need to prepare. There's the prospectus. That's the legal document. That's where you're gonna provide information such as the price of the bond, the number of bonds that are being issued, the issue date. You provide information about the projects that you will finance, okay? Then the comfort letter. Think about this letter as a letter of reference. So basically this letter is to convey the ability of you as an issuer to fulfill the terms of the agreement. This is not a legal document, this is more a business document that you need to prepare, and this is usually developed or elaborated by an auditor or an accountant, okay? And then the road shows, those are just simply opportunities to present, your bond to the market, okay? Good. So those steps are similar for all bonds, all of them. Every single bond that I have mentioned so far, right? For label bonds, use of proceeds bonds, green, social, sustainability, etc., there are 2 complementary steps. The elaboration of the sustainable bond reference framework. We're gonna have an exercise on that, and the look for supporting mechanisms. We're gonna go through those quickly in detail, okay? Okay, now, this is the structure of the label bond reference framework. Sometimes it is called green bond framework, social bond framework, blue bond framework, sustainability bond framework, okay? But let me facilitate you picturing this. It's a template, it's a document that you need to complete. And we will give you the template in a moment, okay? And this is where you're gonna tell your story. For our colleague that was talking before about cybersecurity issues, this is where you're gonna use your narrative to explain to the market what's the purpose of your issuance, okay? Those sections that you see there from A to F are the different sections of the template in which you need to incorporate information, okay? And we're gonna go through those. Key points. It's a physical document, generally made publicly available, and it can actually be considered the main piece of the issuance process of a label bond. That's why we're covering in detail, okay? Oops. So the first section is the introduction section. So this is for you to tell the world, why you need to explain here to investors why and how label bonds fit with your long-term vision, with your strategy, etc. Okay? So for instance, here in this section, you can see some elements that you can provide. You can provide background information. What is it that you do? You can talk about my company focuses on hospitality, and then you can explain your policies and commitments to fight climate change or the social agenda. What is the context? Why is it that you're issuing bonds? What is the context around it, you know? You can allude to your commitments to support your local economy, things like that. This is a moment for you to shine for your company. Okay? Then we have the selection of projects. So the use of proceeds. This is very important, colleagues, okay? We talked about blue bonds, social bonds, sustainability bonds, green bonds. In the use of proceeds section, that's where you're going to explain to the market where the funds will go to. What are the projects that you're going to finance? Is it a solar plan? Is it a community development project? What's the type of sector that you're focusing on? You have here categories of green. You have here, oops, what happened? You have here examples of social projects, affordable basic infrastructure, access to essential services, affordable housing. Important when you issue or highlight your social aspects of your bond is the sort of population segments that you're targeting. And of course here you usually think about the most vulnerable segments of society, right? People living below the poverty line, people with disabilities, okay? The unemployed. Blue bonds. Here you have a set of sectors more specific to blue bonds. You see, you can have water supply infrastructure. Perhaps that will be very relevant for Lagos, right? Water sanitation systems. You can think about, I don't know, the development of sustainable coastal and marine tourism. That could be an opportunity for Lagos as well, you know? Offshore renewable energy, okay? So think about these elements. We have included in each of the slide links where you have examples of projects should you be interested, okay? Perhaps what you need to think of when issuing a blue bond is that that activity, that project, that initiative needs to contribute significantly to either SDG 6 or SDG 14. SDG 6 is clean water and sanitation, and SDG 14, life below water, okay? Now, the next step is the selection of the specific governance mechanism that the issuer has established in order to select the projects and assets that we mentioned in the previous slides. So what is the process that within your companies you're gonna follow to select those projects? Who is it that has decided which label, which project, the reasoning behind those, okay? So in here, basically, what we have seen in the market is that most issuers tend to set a selection committee. I told you before that you might not be lonely in this journey. You might create a group of individuals who will be responsible of the process. So in that sense, that group of individuals will compose the selection committee. And there you can have members of staff, you know, from relevant departments in the organization, engineers, sustainability experts, finance team, the board of directors, you name it. Okay? And they will, you know, they will be the ones in charge of overseeing the full implementation of the process. We have seen good practice in the market when you are completing your green bond, your label bond framework, the template that I mentioned. We have seen good practice of issuers providing a diagram such as the one that you see on the screen to illustrate who's doing what. Okay? Yes.
Can this
So the question here is if the process can be outsourced to an external entity to help you with the issuance. Yes, indeed. Okay? You could be supported by external, experts on this. Usually underwriters guide you in all of this. Still, you will need to be involved. Your company will need to be involved because you know your business, right? You know your goals. You know your strategy. You know your end objectives. So I find it difficult to believe that somebody external will just come and decide for you. So definitely you can get external support to guide you through the process, but you will definitely need to be involved significantly. Okay? Now, taxonomies. Have you heard about the word taxonomy? Can you raise your hands, the ones that have heard about this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Anybody else? No? Okay. Well, let me tell you one thing. These are like dictionaries. As simple as that. This is a list of activities, of projects, or assets that you can use to determine whether they are eligible or not, or in line for inclusion in the bond. Why I'm saying this? Because you cannot just wake up one day, go to the office, and say, I want to issue a label bond for new toilets in the building. You need to, think of projects that are eligible. Okay? Not every type of project can be eligible for inclusion in the bond. So these lists, these taxonomies, give you a sense of what are the sort of renewable projects that you can finance, the sort of blue projects that you can finance, the sort of social projects that you can finance. Okay? They are useful not only for U.S. companies. I'm focusing mainly on corporates. My narrative is mainly focusing on corporates because we know that we have the majority of you coming from the private sector, from the real sector. But these instruments can be used by other actors, And basically here, you can use these instruments to strengthen your labeled bond framework. We're still talking about the template, okay? So you can, in your framework, justify why you have selected A, B, or C projects. You can say, in alignment with the national taxonomy, with CBI's taxonomy, with the EU taxonomy, you name it, okay? You have a question? No? Okay. So, and the idea behind taxonomies is that they can help to mitigate, greenwashing, or social washing, or transition washing, or blue washing, whatever you want to call it. Okay? So basically, through these instruments, you can also help reduce reputational risks of your company. Okay? But you might be thinking, because there are taxonomies in different countries, there are taxonomies that can be used universally, like CBIs, but there are also some guidances by other organizations. But if there's no taxonomy in your region, in your country, you can have these elements in mind, You might want to think about, first of all, the jurisdiction in which you operate. So you might want to think of, I know that if I'm not mistaken, in Nigeria, the green taxonomy is in the process of development. I'll need to check with some of you whether it has been fully completed, but last information I had is that it's on the development. So that means that that tool will become or is already available, which reflects the context of Nigeria. So it highlights the sort of projects that are relevant to your communities, to your country, to your economy development, okay? But if that it's not yet the case, think about also, for instance, the investors that you're targeting. If you're targeting European investors, Chinese investors, you name it, they might have their own requirements and list of projects that they can invest in. Okay? So you might want to look at their own, for instance, there's the European Union taxonomy. So I find it difficult to believe that investors in the European Union will finance sustainable projects that are not included in their taxonomies because they also need to comply with certain requirements in their jurisdictions, right? But if you're financing projects in Nigeria that are in line with what they consider sustainable, that's already a strong point there, okay? So you're linking here the selection of projects and assets with the use of taxonomies with your intention of what investors I'm targeting, okay? Yes. Can we pass the microphone here, Sarah? Who has the microphone? Just so everyone can hear. Thank you very much.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, where does Sukuk come in all this?
Where does what?
Sukuk.
Okay.
Yes.
Sukuk, that's a good point. Just think about Sukuk as a bond. It's the same thing, except that it has to comply with some, what is it called? Sharia, exactly. Some specific requirements in the Sharia reglementation, okay? But it's a bond. It's just that there are some specific requirements for those, but the process and everything seems the same. I can provide you, the specific requirements later, so you can have a look at those. But we're talking about similar instruments. It's just that those are issued in certain countries, in the world. But it's basically a bond, and it's an instrument that was created in order to comply with those specific requirements in the Sharia. Okay? Good. Let me stop here and give you a break of my voice. Any questions? Comments? If not, we have one question for you. Quickly. Which element is least likely to be included in the selection of projects and assets section of the Sustainable Reference Bond Framework? How many responses do we have so far? 5? Let's get a few more. We are more than 5 in the room, right? Unless I'm going crazy today. Have 6, 8. Okay. What's the correct answer? Option C or the third one, okay? So, that's the correct answer, or the incorrect answer, that shouldn't be part of the selection of projects and assets section of the template, because this one, how proceeds are managed and ring-fenced belongs to the management of proceeds. We haven't yet talked about that, by the way. That's in the next slide, okay? So when we talk about selection of projects and assets, think about the process for identifying projects, the criteria to select them, the governance structures, okay? The screening of eligible versus non-eligible projects, okay? Now, I want to understand quickly, how do you see taxonomies being practically useful for your company or for your strategic operations? Just give a concrete example. You can only do one with the Mentimeter. It clearly identifies assets that cannot be financed under labeled bonds. Mainly taxonomies focus on what can be included in labeled bonds, but some of them sometimes provide exclusion lists. So examples of what cannot be included. Help identify projects that are compliant to the labeled bonds framework. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So it helped the company identify assets that can be included as a sustainable project. Yes, it will help identify eligible projects. Yes, it would promote transparency by protecting investors' interests. Yeah, somehow you can also achieve that through taxonomies. It simplifies the to potential investors what projects will be financed. Yeah, it simplifies the, I don't know what's the next word, but yeah, it simplifies the process for the due diligence process, because in order for your company doesn't have to go through the due diligence process to determine what is sustainable or not. It has been already done by experts preparing taxonomies. They have already identified what is, green, what is not green, what is sustainable, what is not sustainable. Okay, good. So, I just have a few more slides. Then I'll stop. And we're going to cover a little bit more of social bonds, okay? But I'm going to quickly cover, I told you, management of proceeds. In the previous question, some of you selected, that was the correct response, right? That is not part of the selection of projects and assets step. That one referred to management of proceeds. Management of proceeds is very simple. I'm going to keep it very simple. Basically need to provide a description of how is it that you're going to manage the funds that you will receive from investors. So how is it that you're going to make sure that every single naira, penny, or whatever currency you're using will be used for the purposes of the projects that you have identified as eligible, okay? This can be a very sophisticated system within your company to track the proceeds. It could be as simple as an Excel sheet, okay? But this is for you to make sure that all the proceeds will go to the selected projects and assets, okay? That's what we mean about management of proceeds. Reporting. When you report about bonds, you report mainly about two things: the allocation of proceeds and the impact. I'm going to talk about reporting later in the presentation at post-issuance, but here, when you're preparing the label bond framework, it's in that section you need to tell the market what is it that you're intending to do in terms of reporting, okay? How frequently are you going to be reporting? Where are you going to be putting your reports? Are you going to make them publicly available, okay? For instance, how is it that you're going to report on the allocation of proceeds, you know? How are you going to report on your impacts? What type of indicators are you going to be using, okay? So here is just about you setting the process up front, telling the market, these are my intentions in terms of reporting, this is my commitment in terms of reporting, okay, for the use of funds and the impacts of my projects. And believe me when I say that from an investor's point of view, a strong reporting, it's often a deciding factor to invest in your projects or not, okay? So you might want to really have this in mind. Now, one of the final elements that I want to cover are the external reviewers' role in this whole process. An external reviewer, it's a third party that will come and evaluate your label bond framework. So you have completed your template, you have done all the work that has to be related to the issuance price of your bond, and these service providers will come and evaluate your information, okay? So they will basically assess the green and the social credentials of your instrument. There are different methodologies out there, okay? Second party opinions, you might have heard of those. There's assurance, there's a scoring and rating, and there's certification. So you can choose one of these methodologies. Here you have a very simple summarized table that explains each of these methodologies, okay? Now, you can use it and go through it at your own time to define the one that perhaps is most suitable for you, okay? The only thing that I want to highlight is that the Climate Bonds Initiative, as of today, is I think the only organization worldwide that provides certification, although, you know, European institutions are now certifying under the EU Green Bond Standard and EU taxonomy, okay? And here you have the description of each of those methodologies. Nonetheless, SPOs are the most popular external review methodologies being used by the market. There's also assurance, and scoring and rating is less. I haven't seen that many in the market. But attention to this. The scoring and rating external review methodology, not to be confused with the credit rating assessment. The credit rating assessment is the rating agency coming to evaluate your capacity to pay your debt. This methodology is to evaluate the green or social credentials of your label bond instrument. Okay? You have examples there. These are the list of approved verifiers to certify under the Climate Bonds Initiative. You have there, as you can see, players in Africa, worldwide. You have there the complete list in the link that is there. And I want to close this blog by saying that this is not a step in the process. This is more a sort of an advice, okay? And this is because you have seen that there are different steps in the process, right? Now, we suggest you to look for supporting mechanisms or entities in the market. This is due to the fact that in some countries, local organizations or global institutions, banks, stock exchanges, they provide support in the form of reduction of fees. For instance, somebody asked about the additional costs. So for the external review process, sometimes organizations, to boost the issuance or uptake of this market, they can help you covering those costs, okay? They also can provide support in the organization of roadshows. This training is an example of a support of coming from an international organization. It's a capacity building event where, IFC is supporting here. But IFC is one of those examples, there's my colleague Karine over there, my colleague Kuyen over there, They can definitely, you can have nice conversations with them in order to understand what's the type of support that they can provide, okay? So I'll stop here. We'll skip this polling question for the moment. Do you have any questions? There's one question here. How are the energy levels, by the way, colleagues? Karine is needing a coffee. Who needs something stronger? Nobody? Tell me.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bola Mustafa.
Welcome.
I'm from Lagos State Debt Management Office.
Welcome.
I think so far I've actually enjoyed your lecture.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank you for all of the insight that you have provided.
Thank you.
It has greatly enriched my knowledge as well. So I've often read about social impact bonds and environmental impact bonds. So now we're discussing label bonds. I just want to know, what is the difference, or are there any differences or similarities between labeled bonds and impact bonds?
No, I'm going to keep it very simple. No, those are just simply, other forms of labeling or naming or categorizing bonds. As you saw, there are the big four main categories: green, social, sustainability, and sustainability linked. Within those broad categories, we have seen different names in the market, environmental impact bonds, social impact bonds, you name it. Once I saw a bond named a yellow bond, and I was curious to understand what was that yellow bond about. The issuer decided to choose that color because it linked it. They linked it to solar energy projects. For some reason, perhaps the color of the sun, I don't know. But basically, this is to come back to our colleague's question at the beginning: how to label your bond. So if you are intending to send a signal to the market what the type of projects you are intending to finance you can pick and choose these names, okay? At the end of the day, the technical information of the projects you're gonna finance will be embedded in the label bond reference framework. So you can label it environmental impact bond. Investors will go and have a look at the reference framework and see what are the specific projects you're gonna finance. Anybody else? There's another question over there.
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to ask concerning the issue of taxonomy, right? You stated clearly that we know we don't currently have an African taxonomy.
To be confirmed, by the way.
Okay, well.
From my side.
Yes, we can do that together because I'm actually interested. So as a subnational as well, we too don't have taxonomy. So is CBI, are you able to guide if we want to develop our own taxonomies? Do you have that capacity?
So a taxonomy is mainly a process that is handled, by national authorities. Usually, there are ministries, governmental authorities that are responsible of developing these instruments, okay? CBI nonetheless has been involved in many processes around the world. We have contributed to the development of different instruments such as this in different countries. I think that some ASEAN economies, ASEAN bloc economies, we've been there. Australia, in Africa, I'm sure. I have a list somewhere, but this is just to say that what we try to do is guide these processes. So the end result is, to the best extent possible, a taxonomy that is aligned with science, that is not diluted by political processes. Okay? Now, the information that I told you about the Nigerian taxonomy is something that I read quickly. I'm really curious and want to discuss with some of you that might be potentially involved in those processes to see where we stand. You are in a better position, actually, to tell me where the process stands. Okay? Anybody else? One last question, if there's any. Yes? Yes?
Okay, so why do nations need individual taxonomy? Why don't we just go with the CBI?
That's a fantastic
taxonomy.
question. I do agree with you. Why? Why, right? Why so many? Why can't we just have one? I wish we could have a stadium where we bring everyone that is in charge of developing taxonomies and then tell them, please agree on one. We have different contexts. We have different circumstances in regions, in countries, social priorities, environmental priorities. I think those are the factors that have been influencing, all these processes in different regions and countries.
So I think there's even one argument currently in Nigeria between our transition fuel, which is the CNG now, and I think it's not covered under the CBI taxonomy as part of what is green.
Exactly.
So
probably, in some taxonomies, some sectors are not covered because perhaps those are not the priority.
Because
for some countries.
For Nigeria, we believe CNG emit less than the other fossil fuels. So using it as transition fuel is going to drastically reduce emission levels, and we feel that's a way to go, which will have much impact on our own economy.
That's a good point. In some countries, in some regions, you are following your own internal processes. But for instance, CBI, fossil fuels, is a no-go in any circumstance, because our taxonomy is fully aligned with science. And science has told us that fossil fuels have no role in a low-carbon future. Okay? But again, just to finalize this conversation, because we can talk about taxonomies and harmonization of those for hours, what I want you to know now is that there have been efforts worldwide in order to make these instruments harmonized and interoperable. Because at the end of the day, the objective of taxonomies is to facilitate the flow of capital, not to make things more complicated. Okay? Kuyen, would you like to add something, or this is just for the next intervention?
On taxonomies, the CBI taxonomy is not the only one that you can refer to. There is the EU taxonomies, ASEAN taxonomies, Singaporean taxonomies. Some taxonomies only focus on green. Some other taxonomies also include blue, biodiversity, and transition, right? And it's important that the countries set the taxonomies in accordance with the socio-economic development goals and the context. And it's not only about transition, right? Even for energy efficiency, some taxonomies, some country requires that you need to achieve 20% to be considered eligible for energy efficiencies category. Some countries are okay with 15%. Right? And I've seen some banks even set lower thresholds because they have to consider the context of the country, right? And the other thing is that even in the conversation around fossil fuel, gas, for example, is not considered green in EU taxonomies, but upstream gas with certain not upstream, midstream gas with certain criteria is accepted as a transition, right? So, or even the waste to energy, if you use incineration technologies, the EU doesn't accept it as green or as a transition. But in Asia, it's accepted as a transition technology. Why there is a difference? Because in the EU, there was laws, there is regulation around circular economy. So they want the companies to try to extract as much as possible the recyclable materials before they burn it. That's why the incineration technologies in EU is no longer accepted as a green or as a transition. But in many developing countries where you don't have the infrastructure for, the waste separation, right, and recycling, then in many taxonomies in emerging markets, they still accept it as transition technologies. So it's important for the countries to have the taxonomy so that they can align the incentives or disincentives, and they can also align the public spending from the government as well as the capital flows from the pension funds and from the banking sectors. Otherwise, each of them would speak a different language when it comes to what is green, right? And now my next session is to talk about what is considered social, right? We always thought that social is simple. Everyone can understand social, and sometimes people think that green is complicated and social is simple. But is that correct, right? Let me see. So when we talk about social bonds or social loans or social impact projects, right, what parameters we use to define this, right? So the most common definitions that investors often think about is that if you are trying to address a specific social issues, right? The social issues can be for the whole countries, for a particular sub-regional of the country, or it can be the social issues of one particular population group, right? And with that, you would have your project or your bonds would have to aim to achieve certain positive social outcome. So remember the key word here, social issues and the target population, right? What you want to achieve with that target population. Now, we emphasize on the green side that the context is important. For social, the context is even more important, right? This is just a joke here, right? I ate 47 burgers. It's ridiculous, right? But the next information is that since March 2020, so it becomes okay, right? It's nothing to be worried about that. So the same things with social. Sometimes in one particular geographical area or in one country, something is considered a social problem. It might not be the same in other contexts, right? And I think we missed one here. So when we talk about the social projects, we often talk about access theme, affordability theme, empowerment, and resilience. So these are the popular themes that cut across many of the social projects. So you want to address the access problem or the affordability problem, or you want to empower certain group of the population. Either it's going to be financial empowerment or economic empowerment, right? And the resilience in the context of the climate change and others uncertainties in the market. Now, when there is some of the popular categories in the social bonds, right? You can see here the affordable basic infrastructure, right? We are talking about water, about sanitation, access to transport, access to energy. And we're also talking about affordable housing, right? Or even affordable education and healthcare services. Now, the affordability is very much context-driven, right? For example, affordable housing in some countries, meaning that the house price would be at certain level, let's say $75,000 per unit, but it might not be the same in countries where the level of income is higher. So depending on the economic context and the population that you target, the thresholds that you set for affordability would change, right? The affordability in Lagos definitely is different from the affordability level in a remote rural area, right? So when you talk about affordable housing, it doesn't mean that you talk about the same things, right? And it's very, very important that you define it in your framework that we discussed earlier. The next theme is the food security and sustainable food system, right? So here you can see that in the SDG, you have SDG to reduce poverty and hunger, right? And you also have the SDGs on job creation and equality. So another theme that many social bonds address is the employment generation, right? But employment generation is so broad because it can be job creation for anyone, right? In the market, in the population. But very often that when people issue social bonds and talk about employment generation, they often link it to the SME sectors, right? Because those are the group of population that typically they are in the informal sectors, right? And they enter the market, they have difficulties to access technology, to access finance, to access basic infrastructure. And even they are constrained by some of the legal context as well. So very often the employment generation is not about the job creation through the big corporation or the big conglomerates, right? It's about the SME business or the community-based businesses. And you also have the access to essential services. This is almost like most popular for people to communicate their stories. And in terms of the socio-economic advancement and empowerment, right? Sometimes people think that, oh, this is all about women, right? Gender and women. But this actually can also be linked to the rural population, right? Have more opportunities for their income generation activities or to participate in certain job markets. Or it can also be the empowerment of indigenous people, right? The minority ethnic groups. So in order to have a credible stories behind the social bonds or the social impact projects, the process for companies to do is very often that first you identify the social issues that you want to address, right? The themes that you want to address. The second one is you identify the group of populations that your investment will have impact on, right? And the last one is to define which expenditures would support your social objective and help you to achieve the social impact. So here, the investment that you're going to raise funds for, it can be related to the supply chains, right? It's not a big corporate issue with social bonds. They can use that process to support the supply chains. It means that other smaller businesses supplying products or services to the corporate, right? It can be linked to employees, right? It can be linked to customers, or it can be linked to community, right? And so just remember about this three-step process, right? The social issues, which social issues you want to address, which population group you want to target, and what type of investment and expenditures, right? So here, you also have the choices that if you want to use the capital that you raise for specific projects, then you go with the social bond or sustainability bonds. If you don't want to tie the user process to any specific assets or projects, then you go with KPI link. So you set a performance targets, and then you can use the funding for general purpose activities, but at the end of the day, you have to fulfill and achieve the targets that you promised to the investors, right? So I will stop here to see if you have any question on the social bonds. Before we move into the second part of the sessions, I would invite my colleagues, Gia, to talk more about social bonds, because IFC did a reviews of the social bond, of the gender bonds, because so far, every time we talk about social bonds, very often that something click in the mind, people think that, oh, social means gender, right? But it's broader than gender, but the reality is that in the market, there's a lot of bonds issues linked to gender groups, yeah? Any questions before we move to the next part? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Maurice Wandike from Diko and Mahmoud. Could politics feature into social bonds? For example, I'm trying to raise capital for, let's say, to end bad governance in Nigeria.
It's not going to be considered part of the social bond or social impact, right? Investors don't want to mingle with the politics in the countries, right? Any other questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Adiola Laba from Lagos State Debt Management Office. So earlier when you started, you said if we don't dive into this labor bond issuances, that you foresee a future where poverty is still reigning, like everywhere. And you mentioned women. So I want to understand why you emphasized on women poverty. I don't know if you can remember when you mentioned it earlier. Yes, for you, sir.
Well, my intention was never just to focus on women. It was just an example to illustrate, the sort of scenarios that we might face in the future. But here, basically, it's a common scenario for humanity. Okay, I just wanted to highlight, because when you have that data, you know specifically perhaps what are the sectors of the population that you might want to focus on. When we were talking about the categories of the projects of social bonds that are eligible, And now Kuyen mentioned, the gender bonds aspect that we're going to cover, that basically reflects the focus on the vulnerable sectors of society. And we know that in some jurisdictions, women, let's say, are in a more disadvantaged situation, right? Or vulnerable, exactly. That was my only intention, but yeah. Anybody else?
Thank you. So you can see here that when you look at the social targets, that the issuers of sustainability-linked bonds you can see here that the gender targets is actually the major, occupying the big part of the issuance, right? And others, I think you couldn't see it clearly on the slide. I'm very sorry for you. So, but basically the diversity targets are used a lot, right? Maybe because it is easier, right? Or maybe because that in their context, their local context or their country context, the gender issue is really something prominent, right? Any other question in the...
If I may add just something quickly here, Kuyen, related to those points. Gender, it's a very important aspect. And if I may link this to taxonomies, my home country, Mexico, they just recently launched their own, sustainable finance taxonomy. And as a cross-cutting element to comply with the taxonomy requirements or to be aligned with the taxonomy requirements, gender is an important consideration within the implementation of projects. South Africa also has a strong, focus on gender aspects. So that can give you already a sense of the priorities being or trying to be addressed to these instruments in different jurisdictions. Apologies, Kuyen.
No. Do we have any other questions from the floor? Please go ahead.
Let me just give him the microphone.
Hi, my name is Ife Damola, Mikio Group. So just wanted to understand, would you say affordable healthcare falls under this? So let me explain. You already have financing or capital basically to set up. For instance, we have the first PET-CT machine in the whole of West Africa, which is basically for cancer. However, the pricing is not affordable to most people. So in terms of raising financing to kind of subsidize the pricing so that more people can have access to this, how does that work?
It's in that case, the project that you are doing is not addressing the affordability. It's address the access. Remember, access, affordability, empowerment, resilience, right? So in this case, it's more the access to the PET scan services for certain treatment that was not available in the market before. In terms of affordability, you cannot seek the subsidies from investors to lower the price of your services unless the investor have certain mandate. For example, if there are certain foundations, certain MDB, like IFC or some others, EBRD, IEB, right? We might have the donor facilities that can be used as concessional funding and provide that kind of incentive for you to lower the price for the patients. However, we don't typical donors and investors, they don't want to provide subsidies to mess up the market, right? Because it would create the reliance on subsidies, and over the long run, it would have a negative impact on your business models. Yeah. Any other questions? No? So, Zia, are you online?
Hi, Kuyen. Yes, I'm online. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
I
hear
assume you
you.
cannot see me.
So Gia is from our investment team. She did analysis of the gender bonds in the markets, and then found very interesting results. So over to you, Gia.
Thanks, Kuyen. Hello, everyone. My name is Jia Yi Ma. I am an analyst at IFC's Banking Non-Women team. I'm very delighted today to have this opportunity to present our team's recent research on gender-focused markets. So people, but using capital market instruments to advance the gender equality and women's empowerment is not a new thing. So in fact, back in 2013, IFC has issued the first Banking on Women bond. And since then, we've seen the market has grown organically. There has been hundreds of issuers who have innovated new ways to channel capital to gender-focused activities. However, unlike the green bond market, it's clearly guided by the green bond principles. Gender bonds are often viewed as a subcategory of social bonds, but in reality, you actually can find them across all the different GSSS bond markets. Gender bonds also currently don't have a unified framework to guide the issuers. So as a result, you can see on this slide, we see some inconsistencies across the market. For example, issuers will use different names for this bond. You might have heard of Banking on Women bond, Gender Equality bond, Women's Livelihood bond. There are different names named by issuers themselves. When it comes to research, when you read different type of reports, the estimate of this gender bond market size also differs between different researchers because of lack of consistent definitions. And also the data providers, you can see on the lower left side, the Bloomberg, Luxembourg Stock Exchange, all the providers have their own methodology, which results in different gender flags. And when you filter them, you also see different results. So all those reasons come together has inspired our team to conduct a research to better understand this market landscape. So we're not going to talk too much about the methodologies, but we do want to emphasize on three important things when we look at those bonds: the intentionality, the credibility, and the quantifiability. So let me spend a minute here to explain our thoughts. So for the intentionality, what we did was we reviewed the pre-issuance documents of those bonds, like the bond framework, the press release, the investor presentation. The idea is to identify if the issuer has put specific languages on what they want to achieve on gender-focused activities using their either user proceeds or the KPIs. For the credibility, what we did was we examined all the post-issuance documents. So that's the bond allocation report after you issued bond and allocated the proceeds, or the impact report. The idea is to verify whether the proposed proceeds were actually allocated to the gender-focused activities and whether there are credible reporting or outcomes for women beneficiaries. And on quantifiability, it really links to the other two criteria. We really like bonds that have very clear, measurable data in their pre- and post-issuance documents because specific numbers do provide more clarity and confidence in the issuer's commitment compared to some vague description. So after applying all these criteria, this is the high-level results we had. So among all the bonds that has an SDG 5 tag, we found around $160 billion issuance amount of bonds that we consider that are gender-focused bonds, which meets the three criteria, right? The credibility, the intentionality, and the quantifiability. To clarify here, not every single dollar here is going to support women or the activities that are gender-focused. The idea is a bond might have a lot of different use of proceeds, but as long as we can find their gender actions are clearly laid out in the pre-issuance and then they're reported on the in post-issuance, we consider this bond has a gender-focused angle. So that's the $160 billion gender-focused bond market. We can moving forward to take a closer look at the portfolio. As we can see, this 160 bond portfolio, there are 440 bonds, most of which were issued after 2020. They span across 55 countries with 170 issuers. On the left chart, you can see the issuance trend is upward, with 2021 and 2023 standing out as particularly strong years. And in the middle chart, you can see over half of the issuance volume actually comes from the emerging markets and developed economies. And even in the developed markets, a lot of those issued bonds actually have their use of proceeds or targeted actions in the developed economies. So a lot of money are going into this economy. And multilateral development banks, the MDBs here, are the big issuers. Among the regional issuers, we can see Latin America as a big region. Yes, this slide is good. So in terms of issuers, we can see in the left side, multilateral development bank really dominate the market. Across around a third of the issuance comes from the multilateral development banks. Public sector is another big player. We see sovereign issuance or quasi-sovereign issuance. Private sector has a big trend from corporates. And on the right-hand side, you can see the trend. Although the public sector shows strong growth, but sorry, we see the slides going very quickly. We can go back to the previous slides that I was on, if possible. If we can go back 2 more slides. Thank you. Thank you. So on the right-hand side, can we go back to the previous slides? 2 slides back, if possible. Thank you. So we're talking about the private sector. Yes, exactly. Thank you. So the public sector is the lighter shade bar. You can see the growth has been strong, but also a little volatile. It's because a lot of sovereign bonds are very big amounts. Therefore, if one more bond is issued in that year, it creates a big difference. The private sector is the darker shade orange bar. You can see the trend is overall upwards, with 2021 being a particularly strong year. We can move to the next slide. So this slide shows you what activities are funded by the gender-focused bond. The biggest portion is to financing women-owned companies or women entrepreneurs or retail financing for women. So a lot of private sector banks actually play an important role in it, together with the multilateral banks. But there are also a lot of social activities that the gender bonds are supporting, such as improving access to healthcare, education, housing, agricultural resources. The gender equality is often treated as a bucket concept. Issuers try to group various gender-related activities under this umbrella, but this approach is understandable. We want to see more transparencies and specificities in reporting. I see the slide has already moved into the African market. So we can see here in the African market, gender bond is still at an early stage. So we identified 22 bonds with 15 issuers across 9 countries. South Africa is the leading country. And from the list, we see there hasn't been a gender-focused bond in Nigeria market that we have identified yet, but I hope we will soon see this first gender bond issued in Nigeria. Okay, I will pause here for a second and see if there's any questions, or we can move it to the end because I can't really see the audience. We'll just go straight into the case studies. So the first case I want to present is my favorite gender bond. It is Tanzania NMB Bank's Jasiri bond, issued in 2022. It was the first financial institution in sub-Saharan market to issue a gender bond, and it's also the first listed gender bond in the market. NMB had a very clear vision for this bond at the beginning. It will be fully dedicated to financing women and women-owned enterprises. This commitment was very clearly communicated in their bond framework, in their press release, and in their investor communication materials. I think it's in the previous slide if we can show people some of the screenshots of those materials. And the market response was remarkable. Sorry, can we go back to the previous slides? The market response was remarkable. The bond was 197% oversubscribed, with 99% of individual local investors participating, many of whom are the women customers of the bank. And after the issuance, NMB also provided a comprehensive impact and allocation report. Can we go back to the previous slide? Sorry. And the impact reports not only include the headline impact numbers, but also the detailed insights into different beneficiary segments. So this bond is a great example of intentionality, credibility, and transparency. So moving on to the next bond, the second case, it is a sustainability-linked bond issued by Barloworld. It's an industrial processing distribution service company in South Africa. So it's a sustainability bond with two gender-focused KPIs. The first KPI targets increasing female representation in leadership roles from 45% to 50%. And the second KPI focuses on procurement. So they aim to raise the share of discretionary spending procurement from Black women-owned suppliers from 13.8% to 15% within the 3-year time. So upon issuance, Barloworld already committed they will publish annually the progress of those two indicators on their website. So the data is always available for the investors. It also has an interest rate mechanism as an SLB, so they have both coupon step up and the coupon step down. Yes, Kieran, please, we can show people the chart of the coupon step up and coupon step down. It's based on their annual performance results. So basically, if they reach their gender performance targets, the issuer will receive a coupon step down. And if their performance is actually lower than the baseline, then they'll have to pay a higher coupon that year. And every year they set a different target for this bond. Next slide. So this bond ended up being 2 times oversubscribed and showing the market really welcomes the transparency and the commitment from the issuer. So in 2022, if we click one more, we will see they published their 2023 reporting. Yes. So they have very successfully achieved both of the target in 2023, for example, with the share of Black women-owned companies in procurement shooting up to over 40%, way above their 14.7% target. So this bond very well demonstrates how SLBs can effectively integrate gender-focused goals into the measurable time-bound commitment, and is a great example of our real sector issuers. And the last case is relatively simple. I just want to show you a different way of embedding procurement or supporting women in procurement in the social bond. So this is actually a sustainability bond. They have use of proceeds. Encore Electric Delivery Company is an electric transmission distribution company in the United States, in Texas. They issued a sustainability bond in 2020, and as a sustainability bond, it has a list of eligible projects in climate, including renewable energy, energy efficiency, clean transportation, but they also have a social eligible criteria, which is under it, it has the expenditures with business suppliers that are women-owned companies. So that's the eligible projects under this criteria. At the issuance stage, the issuer didn't know how much of the proceeds will be supporting this category, but they put it as an eligible category. And in their impact report in 2021, they shared some detailed results. So we did some calculation. Within this category, actually 70% of the proceeds were allocated to expenditures with women-owned businesses. They supported in total 112 majority women-owned companies and 26 minority women-owned companies through this process. So we include this case to show you how use of proceeds bonds can also support women-owned businesses through procurement and supply chain issued by the real sector companies. So I'll wrap up here and then give the floor back to Kuyen and see if there's any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Zia. So you can see from what Gia has shared with you the key principles that I outlined earlier, right? You define the social issues, you define the target populations, right? You decide where the expenditures, the spending would go, whether for the supply chain or for the employees or for the communities, right? Any questions for Gia and myself?
Good day. I'm Maurice Walker from Debt Management Office. My question is on the countries that have issued gender bonds. I found out that South Africa has done much on that. But the other countries, what is the distribution between the public and the private? There's no distribution there. I didn't see Nigeria anywhere, but I want to know the distribution. What goes to the public? Thank you.
Thank you. So actually, if we are talking about Africa, there was another country that issues a sustainability-linked bond from the public side, that was Rwanda. So Rwanda government last year issued a sustainability-linked bond with the aim to increase the access to finance for MSMEs and for women, right? So they use two indicators, and gender is one of them. In terms of the portions of the gender bond issues by public and private, Gia, do we have this figure? I think in
Yes,
one of
I
the
think
slides
one of
you
the
have.
slides, yeah, there's one slide, I think it's slide 21, so I can't really see it. If you can go back, it's after the rainbow chart.
Go back.
Yeah, exactly. So the right-hand side, sorry, next one. Yeah, the right-hand, actually the left and right-hand is basically says all the orange shaded one are the private sector issuance. And now all the lighter orange shaded ones are the public sector plus the multilateral development banks. And the trend is shown on the right-hand side. And for African markets specifically, we do see more public sector bonds in the rest of the countries, but in South Africa, we see the banking sector has been quite active. Standard Bank has issued a few bonds to support women in housing, for example. So it's a mix of both, but we do see public sector bonds as really larger in volume.
Any other question from the room before we break for lunch? Round one, round two, yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Dari Amusu, Lagos State Government. Some of my colleagues have spoken before now. My own question is, these gender bonds seem to be, for most countries that we may want to classify as underdeveloped or developing countries in Africa, Southeast Asia, and probably South America. My question is, how do we measure the impact of these bonds?
You mean the measures, the impact of social bonds or of gender bonds?
Gender bonds.
Of gender bonds.
Yes, gender bonds. Since we're talking about women, empowerment and all that, how do we really measure the impacts?
Right. So it's a very good question. So far, most of the indicators that are used by the issuers are related to the outcome, not necessarily the end impact. When I say the outcome, means the number of women have received loans, or the number of women receives wage jobs, the number of women in management positions, or the number of women enterprises participate in the formal supply chains. They get the contract with the companies. However, in order to measure the real impact, you have to define, to move one step further, to look into the revenues, right? The income. And also, if you want to talk about because sometimes even income and revenues do not tell the full stories of impact. Because you might have increased income and revenues because of inflation, right? And you can also increase your debt level, right? So the impact is really complicated issues. And in some of the impact reports that we see, the issuers basically stop at the outcome level, and the investors are okay with that. Some might be able to investigate further by doing a survey of the beneficiaries and ask them whether their livelihood is improved, whether their income can increase, whether their children have access to education and health care thanks to the program, right? But bear in mind that in order to have the impact information, you also have to think about how it can be verifiable, because you cannot just claim any impact without verification, right? Any other questions? Yeah, so I think we can move on.
So, sorry. Is this on? Oops, sorry, can you hear me? Anything else to be added, Kuyen? Yeah. So, I have good news and bad news. Perhaps can we just give an applause to Mrs. Kuyen for her intervention? The bad news is that we are lagging a bit behind, okay? So it's about, I don't know, 20, 25 minutes, which is actually not that bad. It's not that bad, okay? We're gonna make some adjustments in the program today just to make sure that we complete everything that we have planned for all of you. So, now the bad news is that I need to keep you here also just for a few more minutes, because we actually have an exercise, and we think that by putting everything into practice, that's a good way to learn, right? So what we're gonna do now is just distribute through the tables, different templates of label bond frameworks, okay? For instance, this table has sustainability bond framework. My colleague Karine is distributing the blue bond framework, okay? So ideally, and this is our intention, each table will have a similar framework. So this one has a blue bond framework, this one has a sustainability bond framework. What about that one on the back? Sustainability as well. Have you guys received a template there? Is it sustainability? Okay. You have social, so that table is social? Okay. This table is, what is this one? This one is green, okay? Some of you might need to do this on your computers, okay? Apologies, we try to do this with less paper as possible. But this is how it goes, okay? Now, we have 15 minutes to start the exercise, okay? And then we'll go to the well-deserved lunch. Then we have some other sessions, but I'll try to find some additional time in the afternoon to continue with the exercise. Right now, what I want you to do, what I would like to kindly ask you to do, is just go through the template, okay? Get familiar with it. You will notice in the first page the instructions, okay? And in the following pages, can you put the one example in the screen, Sarah? And then in the following pages, you have.
Can I just quickly? Sorry, in case you didn't get a piece of paper, you have received the same exercise via email. So just ask which one you have on your table, and then you can access it there. I'll show it on the screen now.
Thank you. So, my colleague is going to put one example on the screen so I can take you through it quickly. Okay? So, this is, for instance, one focusing on a blue bond. Okay, you have in the first page the instructions. So basically, together with the people in your table. You're going to work as a team and complete the template. Somebody needs to take notes for the team because potentially you might be invited to present in front of the audience, okay? Then in the following pages, you have a little brief explanation that I already went through in my presentation, some examples of the elements that you need to address per section, and you have a space for your group annotation. So you can see you have the introduction, you have the use of proceeds section, then you have the selection of projects and assets section. The next one is the management of proceeds, reporting, and what you're gonna do in terms of external review, okay? Now, we have about 15 minutes now, so you can start. My colleague Karine, myself, Sarah, we're gonna be here walking around the tables in case you have questions. But basically, this is the opportunity for you to start completing the template, okay? Have the messages that I've tried to convey been clear? Good? Okay, it seems to be good. Now, while you work on that, in a few minutes, we'll let you know when it's time to go to lunch.
Do we have to then use this case study A?
No.
Separate?
Just all of you to work as a team and try to complete it and have one version, let's say. Okay. Which one did you get? Green. Excellent. Who's going to be the note taker? You? Excellent. Thank you. Who's going to be the note taker?
Yeah, I'm ready on you.
Yes, so are we, what are we using? Okay, so introduction.
life's already very complicated, right? So another exercise, just keep it very simple with bullet points, you know?
Okay.
That's it. It's just for you to get an idea of the elements that go into the template.
Okay.
But if you want to solve the world issues today in this table, more than welcome, huh? How are we doing here? All good? Okay, fantastic.
And so it's their responsibility to deliver that service.
She said that as well. Yes, just outside. So. Yeah. But I don't know, that's a good question, but the ladies are outside, so if they have any questions, I'm sure they can ask them.
We can arrange the time.
I'm just going to confirm with her.
I'm just a bit puzzled why Kian is so impatient. Because it's not good, you know, she's the one that signs the
No, I know.
So I need to perhaps use a different strategy from now on.
Yeah. I think maybe we... But leave more room for questions. Yeah. We can also skip the message if you feel like you don't want to waste time on that. Yeah, I saw, yeah. Yeah. Well, I think
just give them perhaps, so we were supposed to go to lunch at, so. I have to be honest, it's very satisfying to see the level of engagement in every group. I've seen very deep analysis in some tables with a lot of notes and discussions. But I'm afraid I need to tell you some good and bad news. It's time for lunch. However, I see that you prefer to be working. You're very engaged. Thank you very much for that. So I'm just going to share with you, if I can have your attention for 1 minute, just to give you the next set of rules for the next few minutes. We're going to go have lunch. I have been indicated that lunch will take place at the restaurant, okay? If I'm not mistaken, it's in the first floor. And you have been provided with some coupons. Those are the ones to be exchanged for food. Okay? So this is my suggestion. Let's go have all lunch in 5 minutes. Okay? I mean, not that you have 5 minutes for lunch. Of course not. In 5 minutes, we leave the room to go for lunch. And then you'll have like 55 minutes to enjoy your food. And then we come back because we have another speaker. I'm going to find some time in the afternoon to come back to this exercise because I've heard very interesting discussions in the tables, okay? And by the way, we cover some of the elements here rather briefly. You know, we talk about reporting, management of proceeds, but it's not the last time we're going to talk about those things. We're actually going to continue talking about those elements in the afternoon and during other exercises, okay? So you can take 5 more minutes to wrap up your discussions, and then you're more than welcome to step out for lunch, and we see you back at 2:15, okay? 2:15. Wonderful. Of course, if there are any questions, we're here to help. Thank you.
Apologies, sir, before I give you the microphone. In case you haven't written down your email address, I'll be coming around with a piece of paper. Please make sure you register there. You'll be getting all the materials after the training. Thank you.
I believe that after a very good lunch, most of us would have started dozing. But please, just give me a kind attention. Just within 30 minutes, my job is done. Thank you. Just for a start, I represent my DG, Ms. Patience Onia, who is actually on another official and important assignment. It's her desire to be here with us. Today, I'm doubling as a participant and also representing my DG. So there's a conflict now. I don't even know where to stand. So he has a speech and said I should present to the session, and it has to do with the issuer's perspective. When we look at what we are doing today in respect of bonds, labeled bonds, let us look at the background. You see, we have risks that actually make the background to what we are doing today. We have the economic risk, we have the geopolitical, the technological, the societal, and the environmental. But today, the environmental risk has become in a front burner. And what we are doing today is actually trying to address some issues as part of the impact that comes up from the climate change which we have experienced today. I'm going to read her speech, and if you have a question, then you can answer. From the DMO's, we can answer from the DMO's side of it. In 2017, we issued the first green bond, about 10 billion. In 2019, we issued 15 billion. And recently, we issued 50 billion green bond. And when we look at the distribution in respect to the other vanilla instrument or the conventional bond which we have, is very, very minimal. It's very insignificant. It's just telling us the level we are in respect of climate-related instruments. It's still evolving. Just like how we started with the Sukuk. When we actually started with Sukuk, it wasn't easy. For us, there are challenges here and there. But today, see what the Sukuk is doing in the country. Everybody is saying, have a positive comment that has to do with the projects. So the Green Board is evolving, and believe that we'll be there one day where we have our peers, something like South Africa now, being rated the first. I think Nigeria should be rated as the second. But in that chart, I didn't see Nigeria, and that's why I'm so bothered. At least Nigeria should be after South Africa, and then you have Nigeria. But all the same, we'll be there. From the speech, labeled instruments, which has to do with green bonds, which we have been a part of it, are defined as debt instruments, which proceeds are issuance are earmarked for projects with specific environmental, social, economic benefits. These instruments have become increasingly relevant in financing sustainable development goals and addressing climate-related risks. In Nigeria and other emerging African countries, labeled bonds offer a promising opportunity for attracting local and international capital market, as well as broadening and deepening also our capital market, while supporting economic development through financing some critical infrastructure and climate resilient and transition projects. However, these issuances and uptake face unique procedures and structural challenges that must be carefully navigated. When you look at the period we did our first green bond issuance, it was in 2017. Then we did another one in 2019. Then you see the gap after many years. We were able to do recently 50 billion. So you see the gap there. It means that there are a lot of lessons to be learned. Labeled bond issuance process, I think the other slides have done a good job on that. Although I have project identification and framework development, for now, we don't have a robust framework for that. Then second-party options and certification, which have actually been discussed. Bond structuring and documentation, which have actually been discussed. Then market and brochures. Then issuance listing. Then post-issuance reporting and impact measurement. Let me go into the challenges of leveraged bond issuance in Nigeria and emerging African economies. Despite the potential, issuers and market face several challenges in issuing leveraged bonds. One is regulatory and institutional gaps. Why? We are not there yet. We still have issues on our regulations, and we need that to be strengthened and to be robust. In this case, we have inconsistent guidelines on taxonomy, disclosures, and monitoring can impact on growing investors' confidence. Then capacity constraints. Governments and corporates often lack expertise in ESG, structuring, and reporting, creating reliance on costly external consultants. Inadequate data and low awareness hinder internal assessment of project eligibility and impact. There's where we have an issue, capacity, gaps. We have capacity constraints, and we believe that, should be strengthened so that we can do a thorough job at an issue that has to be with project eligibility and impact. The market depth and investor appetite. Domestic capital markets in many developing countries remain shallow, with limited institutional demand for ESG products. Currency risk and illiquidity discourage international participation. When you look at our volume, it's just 75 billion, is very small, and that may hinder the trending aspect of it because the market is not yet liquid. Verification and transparency issues. External reviews and assurance process are costly and be limited or unavailable locally. Additionally, political interference and governance risks can undermine credibility of levered bond programs. In this case, you see what actually happened is that most of the projects that are being financed by issuance of green bonds are actually captured in the budget. If it's not there, there's no way we can finance those projects. And when you take some of the budgets in the National Assembly or the parliaments, most cases they are being influenced. So that's why we said that much work should be done at that level, so that much of the products that are climate-related should be included in the annual budget. That will help us to identify the projects that will be financed through these instruments. So in most cases, we have political interference and governance risk. High transaction costs. Levered bonds often carry higher upfront costs due to compliance, SPOs, and reporting obligations. These costs can discourage smaller issuers, subnationals, and local governments. Prospects and opportunities in levered bonds market. Despite the above challenges, the outlook for levered bonds markets in emerging economies is promising. Number one, international support and donor funding. Global institutions like World Bank, IFC, and African Development Bank offer technical assistance and guarantee programs that de-risk levered bonds for investors. Blended finance structures can absorb risks and attract more capital. Number two, growing investor demand. Global ESG investment is rising, with investors seeking diversification in high-yielding markets. This presents an opportunity for emerging economies to tap green and sustainability-themed capital pools. Number three, policy innovations and regulatory frameworks of regulatory reforms. Countries like Chile, Nigeria, and Indonesia are leading in regulatory development. Nigeria's Green Bond Guidelines and Sustainable Finance Frameworks are examples of localized efforts to build investor confidence. Number four, climate and development finance needs. With pressing infrastructure, energy, and climate adaptation needs, levered bonds often offer a strategic financing tool to align national development with global sustainability objectives. By conclusion, the DMO has thus far issued up to 3 series. The recent Series 3, 50 billion green issuance, open just concluded this week. Total value of issued bonds will amount to 75 billion naira. When recent issuance is concluded, it was concluded on Wednesday, that is yesterday. The levered bond issuance process provides a vital mechanism for mobilizing climate-aligned and socially responsible capital in emerging economies. While structural and market challenges persist, especially around regulatory consistency and capacity constraints, ongoing reforms and growing investor interests are creating favorable conditions. With the right mix of policy innovation, market development, and international collaboration, emerging economies can leverage levered bonds to close their financing gaps and accelerate transition to sustainable development. Thank you all for your audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, comments? Yes.
Carl from Next Rubica Capital. Thank you very much for your speech, sir. I wanted to just ask one question. Because we often might have issuers that are operating in the same space, in the sense that they have similar projects that sort of you might sort of find a correlated arrangement between them. Can you club issuers together, say for example, Federal Ministry of Agriculture with Federal Ministry of Water Resources? Just these are hypothetical examples. And then they issue a bond together jointly. Or will that bond then have to be superintended by, say, for example, Ministry of Finance on their behalf, and then through to DMO?
No, what actually happened is that some of the projects that have been identified as being green are actually captured in the budget or the Appropriation Act. And those projects are linked with the ministries, agencies, and departments. So whenever we want to issue those bonds, those ministries or agencies are being incorporated in the process. So if it is Federal Ministry of Environment or Ministry of Blue, is it Economy, or maybe other ministries, they'll be incorporated, because that project is actually their own project. You see, so, but the project must be part of the budget. So what we are soliciting is that let's have more of those green projects in the budget, because if we don't have them, there's no way we can finance them. Just like we started with the Sukuk. You see, it was not easy for us, but you see now more of the Sukuk projects are being incorporated in the budget. And that's why you see more of the high level of issuances that has to do with the Sukuk. So, for instance, the 50 billion that was actually issued, it was incorporated in the budget. You see, so if maybe 2026 budget, 2025, 2020, going forward, we see maybe 300 billion, because based on the subscriptions, like something like Sukuk now, the subscription is something else. We didn't expect it, but it has overwhelmed everybody. So many institutions, many people are requesting for such kind of project because it's project tied. People can have evidence on such, issuance. There's no way for, sometimes they ask me, you work in debt management, where is the funds, going? Are you sure the government is not doing something? But they have evidence. Next time I mention Sukuk, the person will not say anything. Say, I passed through that Sukuk project and it's doing very well. So if we can have more of those projects that can be financed by those green instruments and label them too, so that it should be a kind of evidence, I think that will be good. And also, much of it will bring liquidity for trading. So that's how it is. So, another question?
Sorry. Anybody else, colleagues? Then I think that we can give a round of applause to Mr. Maraisa for his insightful presentation. By the way, I just wanted to highlight that Mr. Maraisa mentioned that in Nigeria there have been some issuances. Nigeria, you can be proud of the fact that it was the first African country to issue a sovereign green bond certified by the Climate Bonds Initiative. If I recall correctly, this was back in 2017. Yes. And if I'm not mistaken, Nigeria was the second or the third country in the world to issue a green bond certified, sovereign green bond certified, which highlights the quality of the instrument. By having a certification body attesting for the quality of the instrument sends already a strong signal to the market that the debt instrument is indeed of high quality, respecting, best standard practices, principles, and so on and so forth. Okay? Just wanted to add that. Let me just quickly bring my computer. It's me again. How are we doing? How are the energy levels? It's difficult the afternoon, right? You're sitting. I'm standing. After lunch, yeah, it's difficult. Let me just connect quickly my computer. Okay. So I haven't forgotten the exercise that you were performing before, okay? We're gonna come back to it in a moment, okay? I just wanna perhaps cover quickly the next block, because I think that many of the questions that you have raised before, the question about costs that our colleague here on the left highlighted. By the way, some of those points were already covered by our previous speaker. There were some questions about data. We have some additional data on how the market of label bond has been performing, broken down by sectors, by regions, by type of issuers as well, okay? But let us just quickly start with this slide, okay? So these are the cost considerations that are involved in issuing a label bond, okay? And as is oftentimes the case, we get this question when we are talking about this instrument, okay? So when it comes to issuing on a label, on the green, the social, or the sustainability label, it does involve some extra steps, okay, and costs, both upfront and during the life of the bond. And mainly, as it's been highlighted before, those are related to the transparency and to show the environmental or social impact of the projects, okay? However, and this is a big highlighted however, okay, many of these processes, they build on already what is required for a regular bond, okay? So for instance, think about project assessment, think about preparation of documentation, think about the investor communication, okay? Those are already part of any type of bond. For label bonds, we need to go a little bit further on some of these steps, okay? And here we have included some of the areas that you should have in mind. For instance, when it comes to administrative and compliance costs, here is about thinking the internal tracking systems. You know, we were talking about management of proceeds. You can have a sophisticated system where you separate the capital raised through label bonds, you know, to avoid mixing it with your regular finances, etc. Legal or advisory services. Somebody in this table, I don't know if the person has moved or still outside of the room, but here it was highlighted if we can get the support of an external consultant, right, to guide these processes. So those are the type of things that you need to take into consideration, okay? Because those advisory fees, for instance, that might lead you to incurring some extra cost, okay? Certification and verification, you know, that could also be taken into consideration. Ongoing reporting, you know, more and more, as I said, investors are having a closer look at this type of exercises, okay? So this is just to say that there are additional costs, but those depends or can vary depending on your bond size, on your project complexity. You know, it's not the same just to issue a simple bond to finance one single project than to issue a label bond that will finance a set of projects, okay? Simply, let me give you an example. The external reviewer, if you're financing a simple, I like to go with a simple solar farm, okay? Just to keep it very simple. If you go just for that type of project, then the external reviewer, the technical due diligence that they need to perform might be simpler than if you have a renewable energy project, an agriculture project, a transportation project, what else? Geothermal energy projects. You see, if you have more projects to analyze and determine alignment with eligibility criteria, well, you can imagine that more time needs to be invested, etc., right? So, nonetheless, the excellent news about this is that often is, that support is often available through organizations such as, you know, IFC, right, Karine? We have Karine, IFC, you know, they can support you with this. We have also here stock exchanges, representatives from stock exchanges also sometimes support on this. And that is very useful because they can provide you with assistance, technical assistance, guidance, tools to manage these costs, okay? Especially, you know, for first-time issuers, okay? And even more particularly, focusing on emerging markets, okay? Okay, now, we have talked about the pre-issuance steps before. Now we are focusing on the issuance and post-issuance steps, okay? This is a good final checklist that you might want to go through right before the actual issuance of the bond. Okay? We have talked about this the morning. Okay? The lead underwriter, one of the main actors supporting you in this field, can support you with this as well. Okay? 5 main items that you can see here. The label bond reference framework. So the exercise that you were completing and that you will still complete in a moment, that needs to be finalized. Okay? It needs to be investors ready. Okay? External review. External review, such as in the example of the Nigerian first sovereign green bond certified by Climate Bonds Initiative. We talked about the different external review methodologies, remember? Second-party opinions, assurance, certification. So that external review could be there to confirm alignment with, relevant label bond principles. Okay? Legal documentation, okay, that needs to be in place. And then, of course, the financial characteristics of the bond, maturity, seniority, etc. And the listing strategy, which is, select the right stock exchange to ensure visibility or to access, potential investors. Okay? Now, these briefly, I have covered them. This is simply the list of elements that describe or are, at the end of the day, you are issuing a labeled instrument, right? And the difference between a labeled bond with a vanilla bond are the social or the environmental credentials of your instrument, right? This is the sort of added value. So you need to market those, you need to highlight those, because CBI and other organizations have done analysis where they have identified that labeled bonds tend to attract a broader pool of investors. What does that mean? More investors are interested in your instrument due to the fact that it's a labeled bond. Okay? We have data that supports that. We're happy to share that. But basically here you have a similar list of the elements that I discussed in the final checklist. Okay? The final checklist slide. Now, you have now all of those elements in place, okay? Which, by the way, it'll take you some time, okay? But once you have done or gone through all those phases, you get to the actual phase of issuing the bond. This phase starts when the bond is announced to the market. And there's something that is called a book, which is open. And this book nowadays refers basically to a digital archive, okay, or platform where orders of investors are noted. Sometimes I like to give here the example of a movie, a Hollywood movie. I don't know if you've seen it. The Leonardo DiCaprio, the Wolf of Wall. Yeah, I don't know if you recall this image where they're in the office and it's very chaotic. Everyone is on the phone and they're taking notes and writing down notes on the book. So I assume that that's the book that nowadays this process refers to, They, of course, make it more dramatic, but, in reality, you have the bank professionals, the issuers, and everyone is, placing their orders or their interest for the bond, okay? And, of course, the orders from investors are noted, okay? Now, then the issuers follow this process closely because depending on the behavior of the market, they can decide to adjust or not the price, If there is a change in the price, evidently, they have to announce it to the market. Okay? And this operation is completed once there's a final agreement amongst those that are involved in the process, investors, issuers, banks, etc. Okay? Now, then, through the process, they analyze the total number of orders, okay, of interest. And then a final decision is taken to determine how much will be given to each investor. Okay? So this decision is many times based on, the quality of the investor and the objectives of issuing, bonds. Sometimes you're targeting specific investors, ESG investors, etc. Okay? And of course, finally, banks give the issuer a list of the final distribution for their approval, and then investors are informed how much they are allocated. Okay? But again, something important about this phase is to highlight the green and the social credentials of your instruments. Okay? Why? Because as I said before, we have observed that this tends to attract a broader pool of investors, perhaps investors with whom you didn't have a relation before. Okay? Now, these are the steps. So that's basically the issuance phase. Okay? Now, the post-issuance phase. The label bond has been issued. Okay? We can then say that the issuer immediately enters the post-issuance steps in the process. And in here, we're going to start focusing more on transparency, accountability, and one important thing, on maintaining investors' trust. Okay? One of the first things that you need to do once your bond has been issued is that you need to assign the proceeds to the corresponding account or accounts. Okay? And these depending on the management of proceeds processes that you have specified in your bond framework, on the template that we're working on. Okay? I didn't mention this before, but this is a good opportunity to highlight this. There are different, approaches for this. You can earmark or ring fence your proceeds. Okay, you can set them aside from the usual finances of the company, or you can just simply earmark them, for a special purpose, to be used for specific purposes. And then you need to allocate the proceeds to the projects, and of course keep reporting and on any material or pertinent changes that have occurred to the nominated projects, if that's the case. Okay? Now the second step, and actually until maturity of the bond, throughout the life of the bond, as an issuer, you need to monitor the projects and assets and how much is being allocated to those, okay? So because you periodically need to adjust the balance of those proceeds, okay? Because you need to match allocations with expenses and outstanding receipts, okay? Then it comes to step 3, reporting. We're going to talk a little bit more about reporting in a moment, because we briefly talked about reporting before, but reporting is also very important. But in here, basically, in the post-issuance phase, it's about preparing reports of what is happening with the proceeds, the allocation of proceeds, and the impacts of your projects, okay? Remember, the reporting step in the pre-issuance phase refers to establishing or deciding the mechanisms that you will follow or adopt at post-issuance. Okay? Because this is actually when you start reporting. And the last step, this is, so far it's been more adopted in a voluntary basis, okay, what we see in the market. But this could be a good practice for you to adopt. And this is with the purpose of providing that extra comfort to investors, okay? And here you as an issuer might want to decide to re-engage an external reviewer, okay, to provide a more thorough assessment of what's been the process of your labeled bond, okay? So basically in here they're gonna confirm whether the funds have been allocated to the projects, the nominated projects and assets that you indicated in your label bond framework, okay? Let me tell you one difference between CBI certification and the other external review methodologies that we touched upon. If your bond is certified by CBI, step 4, it's a requirement, it's mandatory to keep certification. So that means that you need to engage an external reviewer at post-issuance, okay? If not, certification might be removed from your bond. For the other methodologies, this is on a voluntary basis, but the service providers of those methodologies are coming to understand that the market is pushing for this. So now they are offering packages where, you know, this is part of their services. Yes. Can we pass the microphone?
Please, what's the frequency for the post-issuance audit? Is it just one-off or annually or how?
Yeah. So the reporting process ideally happens at least once a year. This is following the CBI standard requirements, okay? And this is ideally what we have seen in practice, you know. Reporting is a time-consuming activity, so, and it requires resources, time, you know, collection of data, gathering of data, analysis of data, presentation of data. So usually a reasonable frequency, it's about a year, okay? Now, let me just talk a little bit more about reporting. So at pre-issuance, you set the process that you will follow at post-issuance. But what do you think? Do you think reporting can happen at the issuance phase? We have a no here. What do you think? No? Yes? Or no? Can it happen at the issuance phase? Yes? We have 3 no's and 1 yes. What about those 2 tables? Yes or no? They're making a collective decision looking at each other. Let's go with maybe. Okay, so reporting can actually happen also at the issuance phase. And why? Because during lunch, I was having an interesting conversation with colleagues from the table, and they were asking me, is it possible to issue these instruments to refinance projects? So it is indeed possible. So what does that mean? That means that there's an existing project already that has had a certain level of performance, right? And then you are issuing a bond to improve that project, that activity, or whatever. So at the issuance phase, you can already issue a report of what has happened with that project and why it is that you are issuing a bond to improve that project, to refine. So you can already provide information to investors and say, listen, this is the current status of affairs. These have been the results, the impacts, the proceeds being allocated to that activity. Now I need to finance certain aspects because these improvements, etc. So you can already provide a report at issuance. Okay? Now, when we talk about label bond reporting, I mentioned before very briefly that we're talking about two key categories: allocation reporting and impact reporting. The type of content in allocation reporting, think of the total amount of capital allocated, the description of the projects. Some example of metrics in this category of the allocation is, think about the percentage of proceeds being allocated to a renewable energy project, the acquisition of materials, equipment, etc. Okay? Now, impact reporting, it's about the actual social and environmental impacts. Okay? The benefits that have been generated. So in here, the focus shifts from financial aspects to performance or outcomes of the projects. Okay? So think about KPIs. Think about the environmental impact metrics. So, I don't know, CO2 emissions avoided. Okay? Social impact outcomes. If we think about social bonds, you can think about the number of people benefiting from a affordable housing program. Okay? So, at pre-issuance, you establish the reporting process to be followed either at issuance or post-issuance. Okay? You have there some characteristics of why reporting is important. I think I have made them clear. And you have here on the right side some initiatives that can help you with this. These are frameworks that already exist and initiatives, that can be useful by you as an issuer to prepare your reports. Okay? Have you seen or are familiar with some of those GRI? I think GRI is well known in the market. We have CDP, SASB, those initiatives at the top mainly focus on, they are rather tilted towards corporate reporting or corporate sustainability reporting, okay? But they can definitely provide you some guidance. The ones at the bottom here, IGMA, IRIS Plus, and the Nordic Position Paper, they provide more specific guidance on impact reporting so that entities that are issuing label bonds can report on the environmental or social impacts that have been made possible through the issuance of the thematic bonds. Okay? Now, I like data. What about you? Somebody asked before, what's how if we could break down, the issuance of label bonds by different categories. Here, you can see statistical information about the green bond market. This is only green bonds, okay? And you can see that evidently it's at the bottom, sorry. You can see that it is very much tilted towards the developed markets and predominantly the European Union. But of course, we would like to see more and more growth from emerging markets, and we have actually noted the appetite, and interest from these countries in the past years. North America is also there, Asia Pacific, they're also there with significant issuances. So many things are happening in all these regions, okay? When it comes to social, sustainability, and SLBs, you can see in the graphic at the top left over there, the size of the social bond market, okay? It can be appreciated that it significantly grew in the past years. If we compare the last 4 to 5 years, more or less, within the years, with the years prior to 2019, I think that it's evidently that significant issuances, are emerging here, right? And the same for sustainability and sustainability-linked bonds. We talked about the important jump from 2019 to 2020, and you can also appreciate there the regions that are contributing to this. By issuer, so this is all types of bonds. You have the green, social, sustainability, SLBs, by type of issuers, okay? Significant amounts coming from non-financial and financial corporates, government-backed entities, some sovereigns, development banks, etc. Perhaps what I want to illustrate with this information, colleagues, is that now we have a well-diversified set of actors issuing under these formats, okay? If we compare what was happening back in 2007 when all these started, and in 2014, 15, when it started to take off, there were very few actors playing in this field. Now we have all sorts of, stakeholders. Here, this one is quite relevant. Here you can see the percentage of proceeds allocated to different sectors. Okay? We have a mix, but there are a few important details here. You can observe that the market is still dominated by buildings, transport, and renewable energy projects. Okay? And this sort of tendency that you see here, which is, global, it's precisely the sort of tendency that we have seen, in many regions. Okay? You can see there other smaller shares for other types of sectors, but this is the predominant tendency that we have seen. Information about social bonds, you can see there again. My colleagues from IFC, when they were talking about social and gender bonds, they alluded to this. You can see the same categories here. But Nigeria has also had a say in this agenda. You can see here a few examples of what has happened in Nigeria. You can see in the column on the far left the name of the issuer. Perhaps you are familiar with one of those. Then in the second column, you can appreciate the amount that has been issued. We have put it here in US dollars, but some of them, if I recall correctly, most of them have been issued in Naira. I'll have to check this. They have the issue date, the issuer type, and the type of bond. So all of them have been green. Okay? So this can give you an idea already of the type of sectors in which proceeds have been invested in. Questions? I think we have one here. Anybody on the other side? I'll give you a few seconds to think about it.
Okay, so how detailed is your report supposed to be and the level of disclosure?
Anybody else before I answer that question? Okay, so first of all, Oh, there's another one there. Can we go there so I can take a few questions and then I address them all together?
Yeah. What you were saying, that got me thinking. I was trying to figure out, how does this work if you have a dual listed bond? Where if the bond had sort of, I'm just thinking of a different flavor of a bond here, which has a Naira component and a dollar component. And the dollar is floated at an exchange outside the country, meeting their own regulatory requirements, and the Naira one listed here. In terms of your reporting structure for it, post-issuance, is there a correlated position on the two?
Okay, well, I think that we can hopefully address these two questions together. First of all, when it comes to reporting, it's really up to the issuer to decide the format. That's really, and ideally, you'll follow best practices when it comes to reporting. There are also guidances and, standards that evaluate these things. It could be a report made at the program level or at the bond level, okay? The main message when it comes to reporting is to make readily available information on the allocation of proceeds and the performance of the impacts of the projects, okay? We have seen, for instance, reports, very extensive reports, technically detailed, that report at the program level or at the bond level of many pages. Some of them are prepared only for the bond, some others are embedded within the corporate sustainability reporting exercise of the company, okay? We have seen very good reports as well of 5 pages, just focusing on the bond. Really, and by the way, ICMA and CBI and many other organizations have guidance on what a high quality report looks like, especially when it comes to the bond market, okay? There are, for instance, on the side of CBI, we don't really provide guidance of what are good quality, the principles for a good quality report. What we have done instead, so ICMA does that. What we have done is we have analyzed all the reports in the market from bond programs, and with our methodology, we have determined their quality. So, for instance, I can share with you that it's very simple. I'm not gonna share with you a publication of 200 pages that I know you're not gonna read. So I can share with you, a link and tell you in this page you have examples of what are good reports. Okay, short ones, concise ones, straightforward ones. Kuyen, would you like to add something?
Yeah. So, the impact reports, the report on the labor bonds need to cover both the financial part and non-financial part, right? On the financial part, you need to be transparent to the investors on how much of the funding you have already used or you have already allocated and how much you haven't allocated. And when you did the framework, you have to be upfront on how you're going to manage the process that are not yet allocated, right? So because the investor are very concerned if you raise funds for green bonds and then you use them for non-green projects, right? And because of the speed of the deployment might be differs from one company to the next, there's no guarantee that you can allocate 100% of the process from day one, right? Or from the first year. So many people would use the unallocated, would manage the unallocated process in a separate account or sub-account, right? And then they can use this as part of their treasury activities. But they have to be upfront and transparent with the investor on that, right? on the impact side, in some countries you face the limitations in terms of the information protection. So you're not allowed to disclose some of the information if the project sponsor or the borrowers, in the case of banks issuing, right? But if you are a corporate, then you know the project that you invest in, but you still have to take into account if you disclose information related to the beneficiaries, to the communities, they have to agree for you to name them in your report, right? So that is another thing to pay attention. And the report, as Abraham mentioned, it can be part of your annual integrated report. It can be part of your CSR report. It can be part of your sustainability report. And if you follow the IFRS, the ISSB guidelines, you can also have a sections in the report to talk about the impact of the results of your labor bonds, right? So there's no restriction that you have to do it this way or other way. But the core content is the financial part, non-financial part, right? And the non-financial part, that's where you discuss the projects that you use the fund for, the beneficiaries, the actual results based on the impact indicators that you promise in the framework. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I know we have one more question here, and probably I saw somebody else here.
I'm sorry. The other part of the question is the listing.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So a bond can have both tranches, right? You can issue in local currency and hard currency, but basically you would have different tranches. You can also choose to issue publicly or privately.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also have a tranche for one tranche for private placement to go with one specific investors. And you can also have the public tranche offering to multiple public investors. The structure, the bonds and the listing requirements, you would have to check with the stock exchange where you want to list, and the arrangers that you work with will guide you on that. And if you do private placement, sometimes you don't need the arranger, right? But for public placement, you always need an arranger.
Thank you very much, Kuyen. So hopefully with her, Ms. Kuyen insights, we can start addressing that question. I would like to kindly let us move to the next two sessions, because those are precisely sessions what we're gonna talk with investors, okay? And actually the next session, it's a colleague from the NGX. So perhaps, your question could be also asked to our colleague, okay? But also we can, have a bilateral conversation, okay?
Yeah, I think that part will take offline. This one is slightly different. I noticed in the list of frameworks you accept, I didn't see one on the Poseidon framework, which is more geared to the maritime sector, and especially for ship financing. That reporting structure, is that something that falls under what?
That's fantastic. The list that I included here is not an exhaustive list. It was just to exemplify that there are a few initiatives working on this space. I know that for specific sectors, you have specific frameworks and specific metrics and specific processes and even data collection systems that are suggested and so on and so forth. I know that for certain specific stakeholders, those might be more relevant to use instead of these more general sort of reporting initiatives or frameworks. Definitely, there could be plenty. I personally don't know them all, okay? But those can also be used. At the end of the day, all of this is about transparency, accountability, and maintaining the trust of investors, okay? They want to have information about what's happening with their proceeds. Okay. Now, if you don't mind me, I would like to now quickly introduce Mr. Abimbola Babalola. I hope I got it right. Head of Trading and Product NGX, who's going to be sharing with us his insights from the regulator's perspective. Do you prefer the fixed microphone or?
Good afternoon, all. I think for the Nigerian exchange or the market generally, I need to provide like a background so that we'll appreciate what exactly the regulator's perspective would be. The regulator will be the person that ensures that the market will have the demand side of it and also have the supply side of it. On the demand side is where you have government, whether it is at federal level, subnational, even local government, and also corporates who wants to raise capital, to do some of these things and meet their own, whether developmental growth or financial objectives. But on the supply side, we have investors. And these investors, you can classify them, whether they are institutional investors, local investors, retail investors, they are investors. So what the regulator does is to ensure that it provides that platform where the companies, the government, and everybody that wants to raise capital is able to freely interact with the investors and assure them that these people that are going to raise capital, they're going to use it for the purpose for which which was stated in their prospectus, and as at the time when it is right for them to return the capital, they will return the capital, and at the end of the day, everybody will have achieved their aims and objective. So I think having laid this foundation, then I can start the discussion, which was, sorry, why is it jumping? So I think the first slide is just speaking to the fact that, yes, the federal government of Nigeria is trying, the corporates are trying to meet their own developmental objective. But because we are limited in terms of the capital that we can raise, even at the government level or even at the corporate level, you cannot raise, or internally, you cannot raise all the capital. Then you need the capital market and other people to bring in the capital so that you can use it and use it for that developmental and to achieve growth. So if you look at the government, like I said, they also have competing needs, you understand? And they also want to develop the economy. So that is why you see that by extension, they need to leverage on the capital market to raise the required capital. Now, we the regulators, or the market, what do? We're not just there to enforce, you understand? We want to also use the capital market to develop the economy. Because if you build infrastructure, if you do all the greens and the businesses are raising capital, everybody, at the end of the day, you are creating employment, you are increasing the standard of living of the people, everybody is happy. But for us, we know that this the label bond is something that is new. But I like the approach we've adopted, you understand? And gradually, Nigeria is growing, everybody is discussing it. So what is our own job, is just to ensure that, we're not just establishing a market, we're doing a market that is credible, and I think to the success of it too, the first green bond I was raised in 2017, I think we've done that one has matured, and government has raised, in fact, one just closed. The capital raise for the 50 billion just closed yesterday, and government is still planning to do more. And I think with the awareness and the education that is going on, the ministries are getting to understand that I can use this. Some states are also showing interest because they now know that they can raise money from the capital market to do this. Also, part of the role of the regulator of the market is to ensure that we're not just providing a market, but we are balancing discipline with market development. There are rules, there are standards, there are processes that are well known. Capacity development is ongoing. Even people that are not aware of this opportunity, they are reading more about it, they are building capacity. Once we all know, then those instruments will come to market and you'll see it. But for us, also as a regulator, when I say as a regulator, I'm talking about being an SRO, because I have an apex regulator, which is the Securities and Exchange Commission. But we derive their power, regulatory power from them, and we perform that dual role, develop the market and also regulate the market. So what's our own focus is to ensure that we build market confidence. And that is what you'll see. I will explain it today. We've opened up our market in this space that the available capital is not limited to Nigeria. We've gone to that extent to ensure that PFAs have a portion of that, all our deductions, they have a portion that is allocated to label bonds. It's just waiting for us to comply with their requirement, and that capital will be made available for us, and we can use it. So we provide that, we build market confidence, and we also reduce transaction friction. You understand? Because once the market is, the fund is mobilized, the instrument is listed, and that instrument has to be traded. Because don't forget, investors are not just going to be emotional about label bonds and they will part there with their money. They're also looking at the return that is going to come from that. So we also ensure we do that. And transparency, and we also ensure that we build issuer capacity. Now, the first thing you see us do as a market was we have an arm, after demutualization, we have a company that is dedicated, we call it NGX regulation. They regulate, so they are more like, I would even probably say that the NGX regulation reports to SEC because they do most of the things. They even regulate us, you understand, but they are also within the system. They did something that is very, very unique around this label bond and sustainability. They work with Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, an international sustainability standard. So that is why you see today, any listed company in our market already prepares a sustainability report. And we believe that is the way to get people prepared so that they can take advantage of this opportunity that the market provides. So what do we do? How do we really deepen the risk sector? One of the things you see us do is, we encourage, create awareness, we provide training around that. And we're also saying, it's not only, yes, it's good when the federal or the national set the standard. Because when it comes to fixed income, everybody is looking at the national rating, and that can help the subnational and everybody. So we're also doing what we call an inclusive thing. Let the states, let the local government, let the municipals, and let the companies also raise capital through this. So that by so doing, we're expanding that space. And most of these things, too, we leverage on technology today to distribute and mobilize this fund. You can imagine, it's something that we should celebrate in Nigeria. The green bond, the third Series 3, open on Monday this week and close on Wednesday. Meaning within 3 days, government was so sure that, look, this instrument will be oversubscribed. And that, I'm waiting for the result. You understand? So let me not speculate. But for you to raise 50 billion within a space of 3 days, it shows the level of confidence, the level of awareness that is happening in the market already. These are some of the things we've done. I think people have alluded to this. It was in 2016 that we started talking about how do we even issue the first one. We work with the DMO, Ministry of Environment. We issued the first one, which was successful, and the Sustainability Disclosure Guidelines is also there. And today, we've also taken it to the next level, which I'm also going to speak to. Last year, we launched what we call the Impact Board. And for us, from a product point of view, most of these things you see as label, to us is a product. And it is this product that people use to mobilize capital and that investors also invest in. So it is my own department that is responsible from turning this thing from theory into practice. Because for us that are issuer, we want to raise capital. For investors out there, they are looking for return. How do you bring the return on capital and the cost of capital? That was the friction that I was talking about. If you strike the equilibrium at that point, you will see that both the issuer and the investors will be happy, and you will see the market grow. So again, this is just speaking to, I think he shared something. These are people federal government raised, Access Bank, not Power. You can say that is government. I think Lagos State government who have raised. Access is a company, and this is also a company, meaning the market is available for everybody that wants to participate there. Yes, I mentioned it, impact board. You know, for us in the market, when you say you have a board, it means that you've segmented the market. People can now see things that are somehow related. So today, if you say, I want to know all companies or instruments that is related to green, just go to our impact board. You will see the total number of instruments there. You will see the market capitalization. Like I said, what does that give me? It means that you have a channel for issuers to access what? Capital. Because if you raise capital today, we will list you on that board, and that board is visible to everybody that have access to our market. And we're also supporting federal government initiatives. We believe that with that, you know, this is how it operates. This is how it works. There are fund managers sitting all over the world, US, in London, every region, and in their own, what we call asset allocation. Certain proportion has been allocated to label bonds and is looking for where it will get good return. If Nigerian market provides that good return, you will see that money comes in and subscribe. So what we're saying is that this board is aimed at giving that visibility to whoever wants to take advantage of that opportunity. So we said it's a specialized board for listings and trading of sustainable finance products. Existing and new sustainability instrument will be listed there. The instrument will facilitate creation of an indices. So just the way we have, majority of us, we track Nigerians' equity performance through the all-share index. A time will come very soon, we're just waiting for the numbers, you will start seeing an index that tracks the performance of sustainability finance in Nigeria. For us, from product point of view, I can build a future, I can build an ETF, I can build a mutual fund on top of that index that retail clients can participate in. And so you can see by the time you take this concept of sustainability finance up to the level where everybody that have minimum of 5,000, 1,000 can also participate in that, you will see that we can start saying we've made huge progress in that. So I say, again, regularly for bond, we continue to do that. So how does this... Sorry. So I think he had said a lot of things concerning this. You've identified your bankable project. The next thing is for you to prepare all the people that I'm going to show us. I think he said a lot about that, but I will speak to it again. Green, you've identified sustainability. You want to raise your capital. Once you're done with that, that instrument becomes listed, and from that point of view, you start trading on that instrument. So we work with a lot of partners to develop capacity to make sure that everybody is aware of this. So one of the things you will see, we are a member of UN Sustainable Stock Exchange, initiative. We're part of that. So we provide platform for businesses. So anytime you want to raise capital as far as sustainability finances, you will see us being there. We partner and collaborate a lot. And part of that partnership is the one you are seeing today with IFC to build capacity. But we also have partnership with other exchanges of the world, you understand, as it relates to this. And the reason is we want people to do dual listings, you understand. One of the initiatives that you'll see us do again, especially for fixed income, is we're working on it to come up with and get government approval that companies can raise dollar-denominated bonds or instruments, but it must be under set of rules, you understand, so that people don't take or misuse that opportunity. Also, what you will see is, like I said, while we're building this platform, we're going to build products. So you will start hearing something like sustainability-linked bonds. You understand? Just like I said, with mutual funds, you're going to see us trade carbon trading market as we develop more and more. people can now start trading carbon in our market. Responsible investment index, you will see that. Sustainability bonds will come, social bonds will come. Most of the bonds you see, as they grow, they will become a segment of the market that we will be reporting. And I think I've alluded to issue of capacity building. In fact, for us, knowledge, is important because we believe that the easiest way to protect any investor or any issuer is to empower them. We even have an in-house X-Academy where if people want to do additional and further training, we do encourage them to reach out to us. So what is like I said, in our own, the first thing is I have identified the need and I've seen the opportunity that I want to invest. I will start with my consultation, meaning I will speak to my financial advisors, everybody to tell them what it is that I want to do. Then the board will take a decision, and that will be like giving them the mandate. From there, he alluded to that. You must do a credit rating because we are talking about bonds now. It's different from shares. You do a credit rating, you do the necessary documentation, and you do your filing. Who are you filing to? To the regulators. You understand? That is SEC. And also you get the approval of the exchange if you want to end up listing that instrument on an exchange. Once that is done, the book building process will now come. You call the various investors to say, I want to issue this instrument. I need to price it. In the course of doing that, you will be able to know, the coupon rate or the interest rate you are going to pay on that instrument. Once that is done, you complete your, like I gave us an example now. DMO, on behalf of federal government, inform the various investors, I have this instrument, I want to do this, and they will do the building, and the next thing we're waiting for is actually the result of that exercise that will lead to what we call allotment of shares. And once that thing is done, the next thing is the company will approach the exchange where they want to list, get that instrument listed, and trading will start on that instrument immediately. So what do we... So what are the benefits that you think you can get by raising? And I think he said it. You can raise capital and be in the private market, but you can raise capital and also be in the and listed on an exchange. One is that if you list on an exchange, you have advantage of diversified investment base, investors base. You understand? High net worth, higher institution, foreign investors, retail investors, they come. You have enhanced visibility. The fact that it is even something of honor if you say, I have a bond, it's a label bond that is listed and traded and is trading on an exchange. Many of corporates don't know. At times when people are doing search on your company, whether they are to do business with you or not, they actually check first if you have anything to do or you are listed on an exchange. That enhances your visibility. The cost, is also not as expensive as you might think. It enhances transparency and it gives you integrity, international exposure, like we rightly said. You can get a lot of leverages, by working today. We have an MOU with London Stock Exchange. We have an MOU with Dubai Stock Exchange. We have some stocks that are dual listed, both in Nigeria and in London. Seplat is one of them. We have some of our companies that have done what we call global depository receipt, meaning a fraction of their shares is also being traded outside of the country. In terms of turnaround, because we have also built capacity, and I think I alluded to that. If you can open an offer and close it within 3 days, it's because the people issuing that, they know that the processes will support that. So these are the benefits. But I think from a regulator perspective, who is saddled with developing the market and also regulating it, we are happy with what we're seeing. We're seeing development. I think from DMO, they've raised 50 billion. They said they are still going to raise additional 150 billion before the year ends. And I think next year you will see us do multiples of that. We're seeing corporates doing a lot in that. So as far as we're concerned, we are aligned with the international best practices. We have all the necessary standards. We're creating capacity. We're extending knowledge. We want more corporates to come and list because we've seen some of them list and we've seen the benefit. And we believe if we continue like that, we will be achieving our objective. Thank you very much.
Can I hold this?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Great presentation and intervention. Questions? There we have one. Can we pass the microphone?
No problem.
My name is Chiazami Wino. I work with Transcorp PLC. Thank you very much for the very good presentation. So as a regulator, how do you mitigate the risk of negative price adjustment?
Negative?
Price adjustment. And for capacity building, are there accessible trainings, and are they very regular?
So in terms of pricing, you know, the truth is this. Government, whether it is at SEC level or at NGX level, we don't get involved with pricing again. We've deregularized that. We allow forces of demand and supply. But we have rules, and we have surveillance department that is monitoring what everybody is doing. So if we suspect that somebody is manipulating, you know, the price, definitely we will do investigation, and you will see us take that person through, you know, law enforcement process. We've had instances like that. So we don't get involved. We believe you, the issuer, and the people who wants to supply the capital, you can always, and that is what the building is trying to do, to reveal what should be the right price. But when that instrument is now listed, we're also monitoring who and who is trading. I used to be the head of market surveillance. I always advise people, don't become somebody of interest to me, because I will know everything about you. And the only thing anybody can become a subject of interest to me is if you attempt. In fact, it's like a war. You are declaring war. Because if you start distorting price, you are not going to allow the capital market to perform its function, which is an effective and efficient way of allocating resources. If you're distorting that, if you check our law, you are declaring war against this economy. And that is the process. We'll take that person on, and if we're able to convince that person, we'll take that person to court, and if possible, prosecute and jail that person. So, again, I'm not scaring, I'm just explaining that, you know, those prices you see, there are rules, regulation, monitoring, surveillance going on. I can tell you we've democratized access to our market such that Nigerians can trade. Somebody that attempted to manipulate the market, we're able to see the IP address and the location of that person. We got the law enforcement agent to go to Port Harcourt and pick that person in his house. The fact that we give you access to the market does not mean you can manipulate the market. You saw what happened when government liberalized exchange rates, and through Binance, people were manipulating our currency. They almost the economy was going down. People were even speculating that the dollar, by December of that year, will be trading at 2,000. You saw government's reaction. That is what government do when they see that somebody is trying to manipulate the market. What was the second question? Capacity building. I think you could see. I mean, we have, it's one of it that you see here with IFC. You understand? And tomorrow, we're still going to have one-on-one with you in terms of this process. And if we need additional engagement, we will definitely leverage on it locally and internationally. And if it is the one we feel it's something that our ex-academic can handle, we'll definitely. So some of them are free. Majority of them are free. You understand? Because there are relationships that we can leverage on. You understand? And that is why you see us again. If you think you need something in London Stock Exchange, contact us. We will definitely facilitate that understanding. So I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Briefly, sir. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Bimbala. Nice to see you physically. I will come after. So I have two questions, basically. Concerning the NGX Impact Board, yes, our Sukuks, are they on that board?
So the Sukuk is going to be on non-interest finance board.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. So there's a board for that.
For that, so green bond will be on this one.
Exactly. Good. But don't forget, that could be green Sukuk.
There is, yeah.
So
there's
I'm just
green
saying.
Sukuk. So where would that be if we happen to issue it?
So I think we'll put it on non-interest finance. But it's possible that you have such. You understand? So we'll put it on non-interest finance.
Or it will be dual listing.
No, we won't use dual listing in that sense. Because it would be like double count.
Yes,
Exactly,
totally.
so.
No, I was just joking. So the MOU with LSC and Dubai. So, okay, if we are listed with you now, is it automatically or?
No, you activate it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is an opportunity that is there. So you will take a decision at the corporate level to say, I want to dual list.
Okay.
You then will take you through that process.
Okay, so of course there'll be fees attached, right?
But there's also a benefit.
I know,
Yes.
I'm just...
So you might be, so I mean, this is it. There are rules around it. If you are dual listed, you don't pay double fee. Okay. It's not as if you might pay something extra,
right.
But it's not...
A premium.
The premium will be there because it also comes with an associated benefit. And I think he alluded to it. You know, one thing with fixed income is, don't forget, I can have series of instruments. A series of instruments depending on what is it that I'm planning to achieve. So today, Seplat is dual listed in Nigeria and also in London. Airtel Africa is dual listed. You understand? One of the things you also see us, let me say this, we're doing a lot of things that, so today the philosophy is actually to bring Africa as a market, the whole of Africa, let it, in terms of capital market, to be one. So if a company in Ghana is raising money, I should, as a Nigerian, be able to invest there. If a Nigerian company is raising money, so there's that integration happening at the African stock exchanges level, where there's also integration going on at the West African level. All is aimed at opening up the capital market so that Africa can attract more capital market, funds for developmental purpose.
One last question. One last question of one. One last question of two. Where? Here.
Thank you very much. My name is Chinedu Mobaye from the Infrastructure Bank. So I wanted to talk about I wanted to get more insight about the dollar denominated listings that you have. Are there also plans to expand into other currencies? For example, the Chinese, for example, is becoming a very big global strong power. And we also see a lot of opportunities and a lot of capital coming from there as well into Nigeria at some point. Is there a plan for the NGX as well to also have those kind of participations with those markets?
I think this is what I can't, it's something where it's a work in progress. But you see, the reason why we're looking at dollar is just because Nigeria is not a convertible currency. You understand? So if I go to dollar, then I can move from dollar to any other currency. The day Nigeria becomes a convertible currency, I probably will not need this other currency. I don't know whether you got my... So once we get to dollar, to get to those other currencies becomes a lot easier. But again, we will assess that opportunity. If we see it, definitely we will create a product that will achieve that purpose. Because for us, the more products we're able to create, the more participation we will see in our market. But to answer your question, we just feel what the problem we're trying to solve is just make, people want to go from naira to something. The reason, like I said, you understand the concept of your currency being convertible. So let's finish that of dollar. If we see need, in fact, we actually wanted to start with multi-currency, but we just felt let's start with dollar and be successful at that. Then if there is need to move to others, you will see us move in that direction.
Okay, that's fine, because just to end with a comment, because in the infrastructure space right now, we have a lot of Chinese coming in as EPCs, and that's a lot of capital flow coming into the economy from. So I think it's something the NGX should actually look at, because as the infrastructure space is going, and we're doing a lot of partnerships with the EPCs that are Chenese, there's a lot of capital that's a bit tough.
But even the central bank, we had a relationship with them. So we will, like to your advice, we will look at it again and see and work with maybe central bank whether we can do something in that space. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Can we give Mr. Abimbola a round of applause? Thank you. Okay, colleagues.
We started an exercise earlier before, right? We gave you a very short time. And unfortunately, we're running out of... Okay, I think I need to use this one. Okay. Can we go back to the main presentation? So, what we're gonna do now, it's gonna work on the second exercise that we have prepared for you, okay? I know we didn't have enough time to finish the first exercise, but now what we're gonna do is combine both so you can see how the template that you were completed before, how those look like in real life, okay? So the second exercise, the one that is being distributed to you, has the same purpose, okay? To put everything that we have discussed into practice, okay? The first exercise, pardon me, had as an objective for you to develop and complete the bond framework, okay? So that already gave you an idea of the sort of information that you need to incorporate in that template. Now, this exercise that it's being distributed, it's similar in the sense that it also aims at reinforcing the theoretical information that we've been discussing, but it's slightly different because now you have in your hands information coming what information can be used to provide a response to each of the questions that you have. Okay? Let me give you an example. There's a question on how will the company select eligible projects and assets. Okay? So what we expect you to do, pardon me, is to identify information from the text that can help you provide a response to that specific question, okay? These texts come from real cases. Of course, we had to adapt it for pedagogical purposes, okay? So it might not be the entire label bond framework, but it can already give you a sense of how these documents are structured, okay? Now, for the first 6 questions, you have information in the text that can help you answer those. For the last 2 questions, that's for you to collectively as a team within the group of in your tables, to provide an answer. Okay? What you think were the results of that particular case that you have. Okay? I hope this is clear. I know we have blue bond frameworks. We have a green bond framework, if I'm not mistaken, and I think there's either a sustainability or, a social one, okay? So, while you are reading these documents, think of the exercise that you were completing before, just that give you a sense of, oh, I could have included this information in this section. Oh, I could have included in reporting this type of information, okay? Again, we're going to be here in case you have any questions. And we have about 40 minutes starting from now. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention something very important. There are cookies and tea outside. Okay? Is that correct, Corinne? Tea and coffee, something there's outside, for you to enjoy. Okay? So if you want, you can step out and bring it in the room. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Time to wrap up. How was it, colleagues? Good? Can you pass around the microphone? Now let us start a little bit of the discussion here. Why don't we invite somebody from table number 8 just to tell us a little bit of what the case study was. Which one was it? Case study A, B, C? If you can just tell us, in a broad manner, was it a green bond framework, a blue bond framework? What was it?
The first case study or the second one?
The second one, the case study for examination.
The case study was it was on shipping decarbonization targets.
Okay. Anybody else got that case study? Here, this table. Who else? Anybody else got the green bond framework? Only those two? Okay. So can you tell us a little bit what the use of proceeds are going to be used for?
Okay, the proceeds will be used for the NLG fueled vessels, the following four eligible project categories, actually. It will be used for LNG fueled vessels, for LNG bunkering vessels, for ballast water management systems, and for SOS scrubber systems.
Okay.
Yes, that's what the proceeds will be used for.
What about the management of proceeds, selection of projects and assets, reporting? What did you identify there?
We identified that the selection of projects, the evaluation will be, before they do that, a finance group will be set up that we discussed with a corporate planning group, department in charge of managing all the new project investments, and also an environment group, department dedicated to environmental issues, and a technical group, department dedicated for technical issues will also be established to check and confirm the selected candidate green projects. That they are appropriate and eligible considering the established criteria, and exclude any projects with negative impacts which may offset the positive impact. So those are the criteria, the evaluation that will be done for eligible projects.
This team, which has the same case study, do you agree on the elements of do you have similar findings? You have the same as well? Is it more or less in line with what he's saying? Would you like to add something? All good? Okay. So, to you, as your team, would you invest or not in that project? So this table says no. What about that table?
Okay.
First of all, a yes or a no. I just want a yes or a no for the moment.
No.
No. What about this table? Yes or no? Don't change your mind because of them, huh? No. Believe in yourself.
My only problem with the project is not engaging an external reviewer. for a project of this magnitude, the report should go through some process of auditing to give it more credence. So,
okay, so you're identifying problems. So you might invest in it if those problems are solved? So this is a maybe yes if? Yes?
yeah,
Okay. You have the same case study and you say yes. Interesting, you see? We have 4 teams, the same case study, exactly the same case study, and we have 2 no's, 1 maybe if, and 1 yes. Why not? Can we pass the microphone to this table? I'm curious to see why not.
Okay, so just my opinion anyway. There's a paragraph here that says that the proceeds will be kept in the company's group accounts.
Okay.
And I feel that by so doing, you are not giving room for some level of maybe an agreeable level of transparency and accountability.
Okay, so here you have some doubts about transparency and accountability. That team, you were gonna give us the reasons why not. The same thing? Can you pass the microphone? Thank you.
I would also like to add that they are not certified. They only have the second party opinion. And I don't think that's
So you
strong
want
enough.
certification?
Yes. I would
to
like
feel
that.
more comfortable as an
Yes.
investor. Okay. This table said yes. Why yes? To convince them.
Okay, so even if you're keeping it in the group account, I think that's earmarking.
Uh-huh.
It's not the concern for us.
So you see, for those investors, that's not a concern. Okay, what else?
So, but for us, we're good with it because of the eligible project categories.
Okay.
It conforms with us, and there is also an external reviewer of the fund allocation as well.
So for you, the SPO, it's fine.
SPO is fine.
That team requires certification, but you, SPO, is fine.
Yeah, because I have an external reviewer post-issuance.
Okay.
So I'm good.
Good. And then maybe yes if. What about your team? What is it missing for you to say completely yes, I want to invest in this project?
yeah, we just had issue with how they intend to report without auditing.
Okay, the reporting. Okay. So you see, colleagues, I'm just trying here to illustrate simply how investors go about making a decision. And mind you, we're keeping it very simple here, okay? This is just a hypothetical situation. And that table wanted a certification, which in real life, there are some investors that would only invest in the best quality instruments out there. You had issues with accountability, transparency. That's very important for you. You were talking about reporting. They said, for us, that's fine, because user proceeds seems to be going in the right direction. And they wanted reporting as well, strong reporting. So this is just to give you a sense that whether you are wearing the investor's hat or the issuer's hat, you will have your own considerations, okay? And that's in reality what happens. Out there are a bunch of investors, and each of them will have their own criteria that they will perhaps take more into consideration if you wish. Okay? So when you are preparing the first exercise, the green bond framework or the blue bond framework, whatever, think about what is it that the market is expecting from you. Is it transparency, accountability? Is it a certification? Is it a good description of the reporting processes, etc.? Okay? We also had social bonds, right? Can the tables with the social bonds raise their hands? Now it's only either one table. What did you have over there? Is it the housing case study or the blue bond case study? Blue finance? Okay. What about you? Housing. Anybody else had housing? That table? Would you go for the investment in housing? You said yes there? Yes? Yes? So we have a more or less an agreement here. What about the blue one? Who had blue bonds? You too? Oh, the case study, sorry, the one that it's the blue bond framework completed. So they had blue, somebody else. Would you invest in the project or not? Yes. What about this table? Would you invest in the blue bond framework? No. We have certain discrepancies here, okay? Well, in a nutshell, colleagues, the aim of these exercises, of course, for pedagogical purposes, we needed to adapt the text, because otherwise you'll end up reading documents of 20, 25 pages, okay? So we needed to condense them, just for you to have an idea of what's the type of information that is contained in these sort of frameworks, okay? And that, take it as an example for the first exercise, okay? Now, we're gonna wrap up here the practical part of the training, okay? Thank you very much for being so engaged. It's really very, very satisfactory to see the engagement that you all had through the exercises. We really, really, really appreciate it. Now, I'm gonna be switching hats for a moment, and I'll be stepping into the role of moderator for our next session, which is actually a panel discussion, okay? And we're gonna be talking about something really important related to label bonds, and something extremely relevant in the context, pardon me, of emerging markets, and that is how to manage currency risks, okay? Which I think it's quite relevant for African markets, okay? This is a critical topic because, as you might know, many issuers face the dilemma of issuing in hard currency, which opens access to international investors, but perhaps exposes them to, foreign exchange risk, or issuing in local currency, which oftentimes limits, investor reach. So today, we're gonna explore some practical solutions, particularly around hedging mechanisms. And we will hear directly from two highly experienced professionals who are joining us virtually to share their insights. So, I hope you can hear me. It's a pleasure to be joined virtually by two experts with a lot of experience. We have first Mr. Maxime Vidrin, co-head of Emerging Markets at Amundi. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear and actually see you as well here in the room. And then we also have Mr. Harold Hirschhofer, Senior Advisor at TCX Fund. Mr. Harold, can you hear us?
I can hear you very well.
Fantastic. Thank you both for being here with us today. So, since we don't have much time for this short panel discussion, perhaps I will go directly to the set of questions that we have prepared for this exchange. And perhaps, Harold, if I may start with you, can you help us ground our conversation? Can you help us briefly explain the mission of TCX Fund and how it helps manage currency risks in developing markets, particularly in Africa?
I'm be delighted, and I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. It sounds like a fantastic room with good energy. So TCX was started actually already 17 years ago, and the idea was really to enable lenders, development lenders, provide the loans in local currency, or at least index them into local currency. That means taking away the currency risk from the borrower. So if borrowers receive their revenues in the local currency, they should also be able to borrow in local currency. So that was the idea. Since then, we have grown. We have now about 2 billion in capital. We have made over 18 billion in hedging transactions. And our mission is really to step in where commercial banks cannot provide currency risk coverage. For example, it has different functions. So, for example, in Nigeria, we offer currency hedges up to 15, perhaps even 20 years, but they are offshore. That means we do not cover convertibility risk. So these are offshore, non-deliverable instruments which we are offering. In India, for example, we are offering also offshore instruments, tenors, 20 years again, 25 years. But there we have a pretty deep domestic swap market and commercial offshore swap market available, and we need to only cover the segments from 10 years, say, to 25 years with our balance sheet. So what services does TCX offer? We work mostly with development lenders. For example, IFC is one of our biggest partners. FMO, the Dutch, we work with many German lenders, with the French lenders, AFD, Proparco, Inter-American Development Bank, African Development Bank. And so all these lenders can offer in Nigeria loans indexed to the local exchange rate, and then they would hedge the currency risk with us. Our pricing is risk reflective. That means if we see in the offshore curve, or if we see the risks relatively high, like what happened before the unification of the exchange rate, that there was a very big black market, then of course the risk premium which we need to charge will be relatively high. If there is a unified market, unified exchange rate, macro policies are in order, then these risk premiums will come down and hedging will become cheaper. Perhaps I stop here because I don't want to take too much time.
Thank you very much, Harold. Maxime, from your side as a global investor, I'm going to be ping-ponging between both of you. What's the current interest level from your side in GSS plus bonds from Africa or any other emerging markets? And what are some of the FX-related barriers that you often see from the investor's lens?
Sure, thanks. So my name is Maxim Budirin. I'm looking after emerging corporate debt investments at Amundi. We manage a number of portfolios across emerging markets, both in hard currency and local currency. And we manage several funds specifically dedicated to sustainable investments and GSS bonds in emerging markets. We are just wrapped up one of the funds called Amundi Planet Emerging Green One, which was specifically focusing on green bonds in emerging markets. It invested across Latin America, EMEA, and Asia. And we have at the moment other funds which are investing in this areas as well. I would say that Africa is very high. On the one hand, is very high on the agenda. And this is really an area which has been identified as priority for deploying sustainable investments. At the same time, it is challenging to find the right opportunities in this postcode, and it's a really combination of credit risk, FX risk, some themes on the sustainability part, especially on the governance issues, etc. We historically were able to access this market as well through the private placements predominantly. So we had some investments through some of the financials in Nigeria, for instance, and we are still constantly looking for opportunities, maybe less on the green side, but more on the social and SLB side potentially. FX is definitely one of the main risks in emerging markets, and unfortunately, when it comes to clients' concerns, it's one of the highest. So they're really concerned about potential risk of losing money to devaluation. And I mean, in Nigeria, obviously, last year, Naira depreciated around 40%. So that's quite when clients see these numbers, it spooks them. So for most of the funds which are focusing on sustainable investments, the requirement is for FX to be hedged. And unfortunately, what it means is that once you apply the hedging costs, then all-in yield for the portfolios becomes less attractive economically compared to investments in hard currency. So as a result, I would say this is one of the deterrents for us, and so most of our investments have been in hard currency. Having said that, we still work on a number of projects which hopefully should be launched quite soon, which will be able to take unhedged exposure in local currencies. And from developmental point of view, of course, this would be more beneficial for the countries that would allow them to develop kind of domestic market, in particular when it comes to GSS bonds.
Okay, thank you very much. So FX is one of the highest risks, right? So Harold, if I may go deeper into the hedging solution then, can you walk us through what it takes from your side to structure and approve a hedge for a local currency bond relating to the topic that we are discussing today in this training? What does an issuer need to have in place or in mind?
So I think in the context of bonds, right, whether corporates or sovereigns, you have two corner solutions, and there's something in between. The one area, the one solution would be that you issue that bond in a hard currency, US dollars, euros, yen, and then a hedge provider like TCX would work with the issuer. So that is one solution. The other solution is, of course, that you issue a bond in the local currency, and as Maxime just spoke about that, and then the investor can then choose either to take the bond like that into its portfolio and have a currency risk exposure, or the investor can choose to work with a hedge provider then and hedge the currency risk out. And as you heard, that may perhaps because of yield considerations not work many times, depending on the market situations, obviously. There is also something in between that you can have a special purpose vehicle, which then hedges, and that goes obviously only if you have larger transaction sizes. So what TCX needs to work with someone, whether it's an investor or an issuer, is we need to have onboarded that. That means you have so-called ISTA master agreements, which need to be signed and agreed. And you need to have also, as part of that, typically some type of cash collateral posting and cash collateral abilities on the side of our hedging partner. Now that becomes difficult, and probably only the more sophisticated or most sophisticated corporates and sovereigns and sophisticated sovereigns can do that. So in for many African contexts, including in Nigeria, probably it's more realistic to assume that we would work with the investor and hedge the investor. We have done that already several times with the African Local Currency Bond Fund, and which is managed by Sigma, and so we have some experience already with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Harold. Maxime, Harold just talked about, the investors working together with the hedge provider, right? When TCX or any other platform are involved in providing that hedge, how does that influence your appetite to participate from an investor's point of view? Are there, structures or risk mitigation elements that you see as particularly helpful when you are evaluating potential deals that you might be interested in?
Definitely. So, like, one thing is there are some, let's say, some market where hedging, some markets are more liquid than the others, right? In some markets, it's just really next to impossible just to hedge it using normal instruments, and then you definitely need a specialist, something like TCX, even though the hedge is still going to cost you something, right? So that means that probably there will be still impact on the yield. But I think the good news is that as I said, from the kind of development mandate point of view, Africa is really a focus for a lot of public money in particular, like public investors, like multinational development, etc. And very often when we work with them and we work on projects within blended finance, which kind of combine the public investments with private investment, there are programs which foresee some sort of technical assistance programs, which not only help to transfer the knowledge and provide training, but also help towards mitigating some of those costs. And hopefully we'll see more programs like this, where some of these associated costs for issuing in local currency could be, and risks associated with investing in such bonds would be mitigated and potentially subsidized through developmental programs.
Okay, so
may I come in?
Yeah,
perhaps
please
here,
go ahead.
because Maxime just said something which is what we are actually quite right now working on, and we will announce this shortly, the details of that program. So TCX is, we are always pricing where there are no commercial markets, right? And so we also know that our pricing in these conditions is sometimes very, very difficult, and we also are keenly aware that affordability from the side of the borrower and their clients is, of course, a big challenge. Many people would like to buy insurance, but sometimes they don't have enough reserves or cash proceeds to pay for the insurance. So in such cases, we have been now developing, with the help of the European Commission, a program. We call it the pricing component, which allows TCX to price more aggressively. It's like a contingent concessional facility. So we reduce our normal hedge pricing, and in return, the European Commission gives us a guarantee that if we don't achieve a certain modest minimal return, then we can call on that guarantee, and it pays up to the concessionality which we have provided. We are rolling this out now, in Africa, all across Africa, and in also Central Asia and Southeast Asia. We had very good demand so far. We had a pilot of about 120 million, which was 10 times oversubscribed. So there is a demand, as you can imagine. And we are looking forward to announcing all more details about that, and certainly certainly we will also hope to do many transactions in Nigeria with the support of that facility. And once that is in place, it can certainly also be used in the context of facilitating bonds, particular green bonds. Thank you.
So following that line of thought, Harold, and perhaps zooming into Africa, African countries, do you have a specific focus of countries within the continent or sectors, you know, or even type of issuers, corporates, municipalities? Is there any particular type of a stakeholder that TCX most actively support in terms of hedging services?
So, I mean, stating the obvious, currency risk is obviously impacting everyone who uses external financing and has domestic revenues. So we can use our instruments in a very broad setting, and indeed our mandate is very broad. So we have historically worked a lot in the microfinance space, small and medium enterprises, working with commercial banks to help them reduce the currency risk. We work now, have a program with Finance in Common for de-risking public development banks. But yeah, our focus is we hope, of course, to contribute also for climate finance, adaptation finance, mitigation finance would be very important. We have done some transaction in social housing. I think this was mentioned before. You had a working group there. Social housing is something which we would like to support. And indeed, the advantage is working with external financing providers. We can commit to very long tenors, fixed rate tenors, and then having an affordable long-term hedging instrument may make that transaction possible. So to answer your question, we can be deployed really in many settings, but yes, we also try to work in particular climate finance, social housing, and any type of employment creation.
Okay, Maxime, is that consistent with Amundi's perspective? Do you have a particular sort of interest in specific sectors or issuer types when it comes to label bonds or thematic bonds in Africa for investment?
Yeah, in terms of the type of bonds, so we are open to the whole GSS spectrum, so green, social, sustainable, sustainability linked. We generally have slight preference for use of proceeds bonds, i.e. green, social, sustainable, because it just has this feature where we can aggregate the reporting numbers on the key KPIs from individual projects. They obviously then aggregate it on the bond level, and then we can aggregate them at the fund level and report to our clients. And we feel that the feedback from our client is that they see it as a very powerful feature where they can really see the quantifiable impact of the investment. Having said that, it's completely understandable that for some of the issuers, they don't have capex, which could be directly linked to specific use of proceeds, either green or social. And for some of the issuers, sustainability linked bond is a better fit, where they would address some of the KPIs at the issue level as a whole. And we are open to that as well. It kind of requires slightly different analysis because at this stage, one of the drawbacks of SLBs is that it's not as well categorized and standardized. So we need to ensure that the KPIs which were selected for these instruments are both relevant for a particular industry and they're kind of ambitious enough. So it's not just business as usual. But having said that, we'll be open to those as well.
So in that sense, Maxime, you know, for issuers here today, we have potential issuers here in the room that are thinking about accessing capital. Okay, what kind of recommendations of preparation, documentation, transparency do you typically see needed before an investor is comfortable to invest in markets such as those in the African context?
not and e-commerce principles, either on the green bond side or social bond side. Maybe the one point I usually try to get across to the issuers when we see them during the roadshow is that, look, the work of the issuer does not stop at the point where they issue the bond. It's rather just the beginning, because what we are the allocation report, impact report, and very often this is a good point for engagement where we can work together to enhance transparency of the disclosure even further.
So you can confirm that transparency, accountability, reporting, those are fundamental aspects that you take into consideration in your decision-making processes.
Yes, absolutely. And I think GSSS bonds are a good avenue, good framework to achieve that.
Now, Harold, sometimes there's this perception that hedging can be expensive, and I think that you previously mentioned that price is closely related or interconnected with the level of risk that is taken, right? What would be your thoughts on that, Harold? Do organizations like TCX work with donors? Is there any sort of concessional support? Is this potentially available for African players, African potential issuer of labeled bonds?
Yeah, no, I think I anticipated your question before already, and I answered that a little bit with our pricing component. Yes, so, but just to repeat, we will have up to 2 billion of concessional hedging facility capacity available, not only in Africa, but also in Central Asia and Southeast Asia, to address that. But let me perhaps step back. What you asked before also to Maxime, I think one of the issues is, which should be addressed before you think about issuing a bond, is exactly what currency risk you face. You should try to understand how much it costs to hedge, because this is an important piece of information. And then you can make a choice how, and obviously your partners, when you issue these bonds, will advise you on that. But it is very important to be aware what currency risks are and how they are priced. And one should always ask, so why is that? Why does it cost so much? How did you come to that price level? We did a survey together with the IMF about 3 years ago now, about the debt management offices of more than 30 countries replied. And these are, the most sophisticated or more sophisticated debt managers in the lower income countries, right? So they sit on a large amount of currency risk, and we understood from that survey that actually very few could at that time have or did have the technical capacity to properly assess and quantify currency risk, and then also to understand the tools how to manage it. Now, if you translate that to corporate bond issues, I mean, it's probably even more difficult to some extent. So I think there is some capacity building needed to fully appreciate, how to value currency risk, because only when you can quantify that risk and you have your own assessment, can you make a judgment whether the price you pay for a hedge is correct or it's too expensive. So I think it starts with that. So yes, we will address affordability issues, but yeah, it's also very important to build the capacity to properly understand currency risk, to quantify it, and to know how it can be.
Thank you very much. I have a few colleagues here in the room that would like to ask you some additional questions to both of you before I continue with the exchanges that I have prepared for us. Can we open the floor? Would you like to go ahead and ask your question?
Yeah. Thank you, Harold. Great listening to you talk about the risk tolerance.
Something's happening with the image. Are you still there, Harold?
Yes, I am here. I was just waiting. Could you perhaps go into more detail? What do you mean risk tolerance?
No, I was commending you that your improved risk tolerance, especially with the EC product you're trying to create, the structured product you're trying to create. Now, the question that I are thinking about in terms of the risk tolerance is what would be your typical internal rate of return that you'd expect to see from an issuer for a project that sort of gives you the comfort level that forms the foundation of the FX hedge position that you will take. This is more or less for green bonds as opposed to social bonds, which would definitely not meet that sort of IRR target.
So I have to perhaps disappoint you in the sense that you think how sophisticated our pricing is that we are managing to on a certain IRR target. I think we have a different approach. First of all, we consider ourselves a development finance institution, so we want to contribute to deepen local markets. So if there is a local market unified exchange rate, then we will always take the local market rates as a first indication to how we should swap roughly, how we should price a cross-currency swap. So we take it from the, and that is a pretty standard process, which involves a committee. If we don't have a local market available to price our swaps, to assess the risks of the currency, we are then using macroeconomic models which help us to quantify macro risks and we forecast expected depreciation of the exchange rate based on interest differentials. We come to these interest differentials based on a macro model again, with uncertainty bands. And it's these uncertainty bands which you said about exactly this is this risk tolerance. If we have support from a donor, we can reduce these uncertainty bands somehow, and thus comes out a different price. So we are not targeting a certain minimum rate of return when we price a swap, but we are trying to take the price from local markets, local risk perception, and we know over a large range of deals and over a large time horizon, on average, that yields a slight positive return, which makes TCX viable.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room, colleagues, with a question? Okay. Well, I have just noticed that we have spoken for about 33 minutes already. Time flies. Perhaps just to come to a wrap-up of this part of the session, Harold and Maxime, what's one key recommendation or takeaway you would like to leave the mainly corporates here today in the room who are considering to issue a thematic bond in local currency? We are in Nigeria, in Lagos. Perhaps we can start with you, Harold.
Yeah, okay. I will not repeat myself, but I think it's very, very important when you make a decision about that you understand also what are the alternatives and how is currency risk assessed, Once you make already your decision that you want locally, right? Then that's pretty much given, and then you don't look for alternatives. But I think perhaps one step forward, before you make that decision already, you should always challenge your banks, your bankers, and your partners, your financing partners, about what instruments are available, so that you can not only minimize your costs of funding over the long term, but also your resilience, because I think we are living in a very high risk world. Risks are increasing, climate risks, etc., global security risks. So it's always important to make sure that your resiliency is okay, and that you pay a fair amount for getting this resilience.
Very good point. Maybe just add to, indeed, so when you issue a green bonds, there are two components. One is that it's a bond, the other one is it's green, or let's say, or social sustainable. And I think one thing to keep in mind is that normally when you approach like international private investors, they would want to be comfortable on the both of those components. So on the one hand, they need to be comfortable that you are serious about your commitments and you will fulfill those commitments in terms of disclosure, transparency, and reporting. But at the same time, they would look at the financial aspect as well. Most of the investors, they are not in the business of subsidizing. They would want market returns. So most of our funds require that the pricing is in line with the market. So as I said before, from this point of view, a lot of investors are quite cautious about the FX risks and how to mitigate it. Very often the requirement is to have exposure on the fully hedged basis, or at least partial hedge. So I think this is the point which Harold kind of raised, is indeed for a lot of domestic issuers, especially if business is domestically oriented without much expert dollar-denominated revenues or hard currency-denominated revenues, then it's more natural for the issuer to issue in local currency. And in fact, from the developmental point of view, this would be even encouraged. But bear in mind that for a lot of international investors, their base currencies would be dollar or euros. And as a result, when they are very aware of this risk that local currency can depreciate 40%, and how do they manage that? So maybe just keep in mind that both of those aspects would be questioned, and you need to be prepared to have answers on both.
Okay, thank you very much both for this valuable and highly practical conversation. I was trying here to take note of a few key takeaways of the many points that we have discussed, but one of those is that FX risk is real, but it's manageable. And it is important to understand how currency risk is assessed, what currency risks you face are. There are tools like TCX that can support, and definitely investors like Amundi are watching. But issuers, if I gather correctly, must demonstrate credibility, serious commitments, preparedness, and transparency, right? So thank you very much, Harold and Maxime, for your insights and for the very informative session. Perhaps in the room we can give them a round of applause for their time. And thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very
Sorry
much.
that I cannot be there. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. What do we do now? 5 minutes of what? Jumping? What time is it? 5:15. Okay. Nice. We're almost in time. So, hopefully that conversation was useful for all of you, colleagues. We were trying to prepare a program to illustrate, from different angles, how you need to have a look at this agenda, okay? The label bond. As I said, this is a journey that you need to go through, and we don't expect you to leave this room as experts of label bonds. Perhaps some of you already are, right? But we just wanted to give you, the set of elements that are required to better understand this journey. I just want to quickly okay. I just want to take you through this slide. We're reaching almost the end of today's session, okay? I just wanted to illustrate, or basically I put this in this slide to have a quick look at the learning journey we've been on today, okay? We started with an introduction to sustainable finance instruments. We talked about green, blue, social, sustainability-linked bonds, transition, resilience bonds. And we saw how each of these play a unique role, in attaining the global goals and a more sustainable economy. We then explored the pre-issuance phase. We spoke about key stakeholders involved in the process, the core components of the Sustainable Bond Reference Framework. You have the template and you have an example. So those are very useful elements that we suggest you to definitely have at hand, okay? We talked about the use of taxonomies and the importance of those instruments when identifying eligible projects, okay? We then went through, and external reviews. External reviewers, the important role that they play, okay? We went then through the issuance phase. We talked about additional costs, the final checklist, okay? How to communicate your sustainable attributes to the market. Then we went through the post-issuance steps. We talked about reporting, transparency, allocation, and tracking of proceeds. And finally, hopefully with the examples, the cases, the case studies, the template, the exercises, that provided you a better understanding of how all this comes when you have to put it into a concrete document, okay? And hopefully the conversations that we had today with the many guest speakers also provided you a vision, a perspective of, how they see things from an issuer perspective, a regulator's perspective, TCX, who's providing, hedging services, Amundi as investors, okay? So hopefully with all these elements together, we managed to at least provide you with a solid foundation of, for understanding the world of thematic bonds. I think this is it from my side. I know we don't leave, okay? Because we still have a picture. We need to fill out a feedback form. And of course, our IFC colleagues need to provide the closing final remarks. But I'll let you rest for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. So before we let you go, I want to thank you all very, very much for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure spending the day with you and learning about this topic. I distributed the feedback forms. There's a QR code. Please take a moment to scan it. This is important for you to receive a certificate. You can also scan this one. It's a lot bigger. If you can't scan it for any reason, there should be one feedback form on every table, so please fill that one out. In the coming days, you will also receive an email with the training slides, the certificate, any further materials that could be useful for you. If you have not registered or I have not come around to you to write down your email address, please come to me after the training. But I think everyone should be registered by now. And again, thank you very much. I'll leave the last word to my colleague, Corinne.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure having you today with us. Thank you especially for NGX, who organized with us this very long-standing partnership that we are proud of. Thank you for our sponsors, HSBC and Amundi. And a round of applause for Climate Bonds Initiative and Abraham and Sarah. They were great today and timely. So thank you. And mostly thank you for participating and being so much engaged. It's very rare. We have never seen such an engagement, not going for lunch to do the exercise. So thank you very much. You were great. And finally, at IFC, we have technical assistance facilities that can support you in your journey. So in our technical assistance facility, we help you throughout the roadmap that you are going through, the journey of sustainability. We help you in defining the asset and identifying the assets that are green or social. We help you also in writing the Green Bond Framework, in your discussions with SPO providers. So we have a technical assistance facility that can support you. So please come to us after the training, now during the cocktail, to discuss together how we can support you. Thank you very much. We need to take a picture, please, on the stand, all together. So please, can you come up?
I think this one looks nice, right? Yeah. So you can print the picture, put it in your living room, wherever you want. So we invite you to come to the stage. Just be careful because there's a step, okay? But we do really want to, I think that some of us can go on the stage, some others can go down the stage. But please join us for the picture.